And in my hubris, I thought I could train him. I could pass on my strengths. By the time I realized I was no match for the darkness rising in him, I went to confront him. And I was left with shame and with consequence. Because I was Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master. A legend.
Hey! Hey! Are you crazy? What's the matter with you? What happened?
What do you want?
You don't know who I am, do you?
Well, should I know who you are?
Not much time. Hang on, kid. I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
This is Rogue 2. Echo Base, this is Rogue 2. I found them. Repeat, I found them.
Fade in.
This is where the fun begins.
Hello there.
Crap. 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 Crap.
You know, hey! You guys sure are friendly, aren't you?
I'll probably never meet him.
Might. There's something different about him.
The Force is strong with you.
Had enough?
What do you want? I'm busy.
No, we have a race.
No. There's nothing special about you. You're
Nothing.
You will each be part of me, and together we will be complete.
Use the Force. Let go.
The Force is strong in this one.
I have you now. What?
You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
I once got busy in a Burger King bathroom.
Cocainum.
Like a rock.
The
Perhaps you referred to the imminent attack of your rebel fleet. Yes, I assure you, we are quite safe from your friends here.
He saved us. He really did it.
Papa! This belongs in a different galaxy altogether.
May the Force be with us.
Greetings, program! Together, we have achieved a great many things.
Greetings, programs. Welcome to the Not My Stores live stream. Bob Chapek at the JP Morgan Global Technology, Media, and Communications Conference. How is everyone today? Let me know if you can hear me because I'm doing a simulcast over on YouNow. On the YouNow, and yeah, the problem is if I share it the other way, it's going to share the back end of StreamYard and not YouTube, and that's not what I want to do. I want you guys to see YouTube. So I have to do it this way because the other way shares the literal window that you're on, and that kind of messes up my whole flow. Anyways, I will figure it out. It's only my second stream on YouNow, and again, the priority is always YouTube as that's the big daddy, but we will figure it out. Wednesday, I'll do another stream, like I said. So we'll play with it some more. All right. Let's see what you guys are talking about. In about 15 minutes, the Bob Chapek will be talking over at JP Morgan. No idea what they're going to talk about, what they're going to say. We will see. But last time was the other day I mentioned it, but I was wrong. It wasn't when they asked about Gina and replacing Kathleen with John or Dave. That was their like investors meeting. The JP Morgan was when that video that I made that everybody was talking about, the one where he's like, oh yeah, she's an amazing genius and all that mess. So Kathleen was brought up in that conversation. We'll see if that comes up again or what happens. I'm pretty sure they're going to be smarter and deviate from that type of question. But then again, maybe Bob Chapek jumps out there and is like, yeah, we love Kathleen. So we'll see. No promises that we're going to get anything juicy today. But we'll see. Just got to keep your ears open. These tend to last an hour. That reminds me, I'm going to live record it in case he does say something. So give me just a second as I open up my recorder. But yeah, there's a good chance they don't say anything. Either way, I'll hang out for a while and we'll just chill out. But maybe we pick up something from like last time. All right, just a moment. Okay, recorder is ready. So then, let's see what you guys are talking about in the chat. We'll be starting in about 15 minutes. I'm curious, on either end, YouNow or YouTube, is the sound okay? And do you hear my fan? Or do I sound okay? If you don't mind letting me know. Okay, thank you, Moonhawk, for letting me know. On the YouNow end, I do a big stream on Friday nights between like 7 and 9 p.m. Eastern. I start and I do an 8 to 12 hour stream. So if you're into Star Wars news, Star Wars lore and canon, some stuff about Disney and Disney Plus, every Friday night I do a big stream, and I will also be doing it here on YouNow. I have to do another stream during the week I have to do a short stream as part of my agreement with YouNow. So Wednesdays in the evening, I will it will be like an open chat. Whatever you guys want to talk about, girls, relationships, the moon, conspiracies, sports, whatever. So just so you know, Wednesday evenings, I haven't figured out the exact time yet, but it'll probably be around the same time. So that will be only on YouNow. So for what it's worth, this is only my second stream on YouNow. I've been a YouTube streamer for about 2 years now. So for what it's worth, on Wednesdays, I will do a YouNow only stream. On Friday nights, I do my big show, which will be YouTube and YouNow. Today, I'm doing this because this is like a special event. So every now and then, you'll catch me during the day. But generally, Wednesday evenings and Friday evenings for the YouNow crowd. So there you go. And if you look on YouTube, you can search for Not My Star Wars. You can easily find me, and I have a ton of social media in every description of all my videos and streams. So if you want to find me, there I am. All right. So I'm going to look at the YouTube chat, and I will peek back and forth between you now. Let's see, guys and girls. Most engaged with tag. Yeah, I meant to do that. I meant to do chill, actually, but I got to remember to do that because nobody's going to come on here looking for Disney probably. So, but it's okay. And unfortunately, you don't have like where you can edit things. That's one thing they need to work on. But anyways, part of me being with them is they want me to give them a lot of feedback. So I'm going to see if I can help them improve some things on YouNow. All right. With that said, I'm going to look over on the YouTube chat, try to catch up a bit. We've got about 10 minutes, and we will listen to what Bob Chapek has to say. All right. Hello there, James. I don't know. Well, you're not going to see that on YouNow, huh? Well, you do see the chat, but the YouTube, not the on my side. Well, you'll see it because I highlight them. It must be piggy roasted. Yeah, well, we'll see what he has to say today. This is where the fun begins. Yes, it is. So it begins. Hello there, Deck Tunics. Hello there, Roberto. Good to see you, Kino. I don't know if you saw my email reply back, but I do appreciate it very much. I saw the logo. Thank you very much for that. Zeo Puppet, yes. Who is Snoke? He's dead. Is that Iger's little stooge puppet? Really annoys me that the sequels have flashback sequences with none of the trilogies do. Yeah. Hello there, D. Good to see you. Yes, glue sniffers as well. Speaking of which, when you come here, don't be a glue sniffer. We are here for knowledge, for fun, for facts and truth, not rumors, not theories. By all means, if you guys have any rumors or theories that you would like to ask me about, but know that when I do my streams, it is about knowledge and truth, not about my feelings or what I want or any of that nonsense. I predict that Chapek will put the usual corporate PR spin on his company's revenue losses and leaps in technology without mentioning the decrepit state that Star Wars is in. Yeah, I have a feeling they're going to avoid any kind of KK question today. We'll see. But for sure, we are going to see that. Oh, yeah, everything's great. And the parks are reopening. And, we're getting to full capacity. And he's going to, sweeten it all up. So we'll see. Yes. Hey, Nightwish. Good to see you. Jeff Bridges sounds like that dude every time I hear his voice. Yes. Well, he is the dude. He is indeed the dude. Okay. Thank you, D. Thank you for letting me know. Again, I'm kind of figuring out the YouNow end, so slowly getting weaker. Why? Hello there, Expedition Greg. Cool. I can't really see it, but your avatar looks cool. What do you got there? A little Colorado mountain? Hello, welcome. Are they bringing Gina back? If you're asking me, no. And it's not because I don't want them to. Know that. It's not that I don't want them to, but no, she's not coming back. Greetings, Earthlings and bots. Greetings, D. Carre. Good to see you. They're going to bring Gina back. Yeah, she wouldn't come back. After they John didn't stick up for her. Dave didn't stick up for her. It's not coming back. Be real. Be some announcements. Yeah, we'll see. Anything's possible. You know, it could just be a wash, but we'll hang out. You know, they're usually about an hour, and I'll hang out some afterwards. We can chat about whatever. During the stream, I'll comment some, but I'm going to try to just let it go, and you know, so we can hear it. But whatever. And I'll try to look at the chat. Still exposing these frauds. Keep it up from an ex-Star Wars fan in Liverpool. Hey, I appreciate it, LFC 404. Absolutely. Not My Star Wars is not going anywhere, and I am not slowing down. On the contrary, every day I push harder and farther. And the more people that want to leave their little stupid-ass comments in my community tab and on videos, you only fuel the fire. So keep it up. Perhaps in the future you can investigate on the Predator legal matter regarding the origin writers. I've kept my ears open on it, but I don't know much. I know that there was like a deal, a contract that was ending, and they were going to try to get Predator back, which would just be a huge smack in the face of Disney, and I hope it happens. We'll see what happens there. She wasn't expecting Monday. Yeah, well, I told you the other day. Hey, Wes, YouNow side. Know that I am not a hate channel. I'm not here to just rag on Disney. But I've been a Star Wars fan since Star Wars came out in '77. And I grew up with Disney like anyone else. So I loved Mickey Mouse. I went to Disney World and all that. It's not that I hate Disney, because some people get it twisted in their mind. You're just a hater. You're just angry. No, I'm not angry. There's no tears here. I'm not yelling. I'm not throwing stuff. I am a researcher, an analyst, a truth seeker, and speaker. And I know a whole lot about Star Wars. I report the news and I show the facts. That's what I do. I'm not here to attack anyone or stretch things to make them fit or seek out, no. I report things as I see them, whether it be the stocks, whether it be Dave Filoni getting promoted or whatever. But if you truly love Star Wars, this is the home of Star Wars. I honor George Lucas every single day. And if you're new to Not My Star Wars, look through my videos. You will see that most of my stuff is about George Lucas and Star Wars. Now, I do call out Disney on all their bullshit. That's for sure. But not out of rage, not out of a tantrum and all the little stupid comments. I come with facts and research. And because I love Star Wars is why I do it, not because I hate Disney. Anyways, you can hear the fan, but is it like annoying? Like, is it muffling the sound or anything? Or you just kind of hear it? Let me know, because I can turn it off if it's... we don't know, because Disney might lose the rights, so we'll see what happens with that. It's supposed to be, but... Hello there, Adaptive. Great to see you, bro. This is more of your time of the day, so not distract. Okay, good. Thank you. Legal issue may be an obstacle. Yes, we'll see. I still don't like the name. It sounds too close to YouTube. Yeah, well, I kind of like it because it's you and it's now. Remember that YouNow is more so for in the moment, as opposed to like, big productions like YouTube or watching replays. I don't think too many people watch replays on YouNow. It's about in the moment. I want to chill. I want to talk. It's like you call up your friend on the phone. You're not saving that phone conversation right for later. So that's why I think the name fits, because it's about, in this moment, something just happened. I need to talk. I want to chill, whatever. So that's how I take it. Right now, so can't hear much. We'll get out of the car, silly. Hello. Okay, yeah, I replied to you that same day, so, and again, thank you. Switching the tablet to show flashbacks. Yes, they do think you're stupid. Remember that. Rights may be original writers of Predator, right? Disney may try to stop. Yeah, they're going to try their damnedest, obviously. But there is a legal issue there where the rights are supposed to revert back, and they might take Predator right out from Disney's sticky gloves. So that would be awesome. I still like my R2 theory. Disney shit, it doesn't exist because R2-D2 is under a tarp. Can't argue with you there. R2-D2 is the keeper of the wills. He is the one that tells the entire Star Wars story, And he's technically the most important character in all of Star Wars because he's the one that saves their asses. If you pay attention, you're going to see that R2's in all the major events, and he's the one that saves their asses every time, ironically. So, granted, he can't fight Vader or any of that, but R2 is very important. Yes. Attack of the Clones, they would show Anakin killing Tusken Raiders, Count Dooku leaving the Order, Adventures of Obi-Wan and Dexter Jettster, all of that stuff in the movie. Yep. Hello, hello. Everyone treats her like Hitler 2.0. Seriously, she didn't do anything wrong. And Disney and the Little Musketeers treated her as if she burns orphanages and causes plagues. Yes. Wasn't shit. I'd still be here for the lore canon. Yeah, well, I would hope so. And again, I don't think that I attract people that hate Disney. We're all just, frustrated with what the hell happened to Star Wars. We just want Star Wars. It's not like that listen, I'm pretty sure I speak for everyone that comes to my channel. If Disney was respecting and doing Star Wars correctly, we would all be like, good job, Disney. And we would go to the movies and we would buy the stuff. But why doesn't anybody go to the movies? Why doesn't anybody buy the stuff? Because they're fucking up Star Wars. It's just that simple. Hey, Julian, I think you changed your frog there. It's weird to see your voice not match your mouth on YouNow. Yeah, because there's probably a little delay. They release all their anger on her and wish she was dead, and they say you throw tantrums. Pathetic, yeah. YouNow is screen sharing the YouTube stream. The YouTube stream is a few seconds behind. Now, I could technically share my StreamYard screen, but that's like the wizard. You guys aren't supposed to see behind the curtain. Truth seeking, that matters in this world of lies. Yeah, well, here I am. Not My Star Wars, always about the truth and facts. Which is your favorite? Return of the Jedi. My order of favorite Star Wars movies: 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Real simple, but I love them all. And my favorite prequel, my favorite OT is out of all of them, Jedi. My favorite OT, Jedi. My favorite PT, Attack of the Clones. What did she say again? I'm not sure. Fan is okay. Low hum. Okay. Big future. Are you talking about Gina, or that's why I'm not sure? Let me see if this thing is started. Okay. It has begun. So I'm going to start the let's see. Just a moment. I got to do like 5 things all at once here. Just a second. YouNow, I will get you in just a second so you can hear the conference as well. Webcast, it should be this. Okay. Just one moment, guys. Over here. Webcast. Actually, I'll leave it like it is, I guess, through YouTube. That maybe makes more sense. Let me know if it should come through. I'll check you back on YouNow in just a minute, but let me know if you can hear and see the webcast. I'll check here in a moment. All right, let's see what we got. Let me man, I'm trying to do so many things all at once. Sorry, guys. We will get it done here in just a second. It's tricky doing the 2 streams. I'm going to listen on earphones just so we don't get any feedback. Let me know if you can hear it. Unmuted. Hello. Okay, the volume's up. Okay. Maybe it hasn't officially started yet. I think that's what's happening here. Okay, in the meantime, let me check YouNow. No, you guys are seeing just a screen. So let me see here. Let's see if I can get it you guys this way on YouNow. Okay, there you go. Again, I'm figuring out the YouNow end, so as far as the full screen for right now, if you can bear with me, sorry about that. All right, Gina has a big future with conservative media and all our fans before and after Mando, as well as everybody that was outraged by her firing. Yeah, and not even conservative media. She has massive opportunities in many things, so she doesn't need Disney. That's the point. They needed her, and they shit on her, so they got to pay. You know, you have to respect people. They didn't just fire her. They went the extra mile of trying to, make her look like crap. So, all right, I'm going to reload because it doesn't want to. Strange. Should be playing. Maybe they're having difficulties on their end. Let me reshare this new screen so that we're all synced up.
Of raising capacity limits.
It's unmuted.
Well, you're right. We see, and our goal is to
It's
try
unpaused.
to get normalized operations as soon as possible.
All right, maybe they're just a few minutes behind.
And as soon as
all right, so I'll keep looking at the chat. In the meantime,
we're encouraged by some of the changes that we've seen in terms of the CDC guidelines.
Let me reshare here on YouNow just to be sure. Okay. Again, on the YouNow end, I apologize because I'm new to YouNow and I'm trying to do double simulcast here. And you can, through YouNow, stream to YouTube, but then it takes all my functionality away. I have all kinds of little video clips and things, plus like see how I have the comment highlighted, stuff like that I do through StreamYard, and it takes it all away. YouNow is very basic compared to what I usually do. So this is why I'm sharing it this way. And again, we will figure it out. Main thing is you guys can see, as far as I know, you can hear, and we'll keep going. All right, what's going on, Disney? Volume's up. It's unmuted. So I guess they're a little bit behind on this. There's nowhere for me to like accept or do anything here. It's playing, so I think they're just a few minutes behind. All right, let's keep on with the chat. Yeah, Gina has lots of opportunities. There's no reason to. Now, if Disney made a public apology, like very public, like we screwed up, we're so sorry, then, that's up to her. But they publicly shamed her and tried to destroy her career and her reputation. So short of them publicly, Bob Chapek publicly being like, hey, I really screwed up, I wouldn't come back. But that's up, that's Gina. That's on her. If they made A New Hope and showed everything Anakin went through and Obi-Wan letting him burn, saying Vader betrayed and murdered him, the twist of Anakin being Vader would be ruined. Yes. Give me 1 second, guys. I forgot I have to send a real quick text. Just 1 second. Oh, man, I'm doing like 8 things at once. Welcome to Not My Star Wars. Ooh. For what it's worth, the documentary, I tried my damnedest to put it out on Sunday. Some stuff got out of sync. There's some things I need to fix. I'm a perfectionist. It's important to me, so I'm getting it right. So right now, I was before I came on here, I was cleaning up some stuff. Hopefully by the end of tonight, I will finish cleaning it up. But Tuesday, Wednesday, you should have the documentary. So keep an eye. I will put it out around it'll be a weekday, probably around 2 p.m. because in the UK it's 7 p.m. So I want to make it for everybody's time. So in the next day or two, you should see the documentary. You will know when you see it. You will know what it is. It will be a premiere. I'll be in the chat, and you guys are going to love it. It's an hour and a half. I just need to tweak a few things and fix a few things. Hello there, that guy says. Good to see you. Haven't seen you in a little minute. Well, a week or two ago. Frustrating thing that Disney did. Yes, it is very frustrating. None of us are happy about it. You know, some people think like, oh, you love this. You love attacking them. No, none of us are happy about this. You think that I'm happy that Star Wars is all jacked up. No, I'm not. But Disney chose that route. Disney chose to shit on Luke Skywalker. Disney chose to insult its fans publicly. Disney chose to mess up all the continuity. Disney chose to make a rock. They chose that path. I am the reaction, not the action. I didn't hate Disney. No, I don't hate Disney. But it's not that I came into this hating Disney. Disney chose this. Fans last day. Filoni deserves it. Star Wars Theory. Essentially, everything Dave has put out, I've fallen in love with it. I feel like it's true Star Wars. The fans must know Filoni doesn't respect Canon. Oh, Lord. Did he say that? That boy is so lost. We just want Star Wars to be legendary like it once was. Yeah. And the sad thing is, it could be. Someone like me could have it being legendary right now. But everybody that's frustrated with Disney and everybody that hates the cycles will soon find out what they are missing. Yeah, eventually. Hopefully. Get your marshmallows ready. Yes. Hello there. And pitchfork. Well, you can put several marshmallows on a pitchfork. Hello there. Last Jedi is a really good movie, and people who hate it give us fans a bad name. Yes, these people would not be saying that if The Last Jedi didn't have the Star Wars name on it. Yeah, that's part of it. That is a big part of it. They're putting the finishing polish on Chapek's cue ball. Probably. Remember a Star Wars soundtrack in the wrong way? Have you ever remembered a Star Wars soundtrack in the wrong way? I'm not sure what you mean there. Maybe clarify the question. Anybody else have a lot of lag? I'm getting a lot of spinning, loading wheels, but I'm up at my buddy's camp. I seem to be on my end. I think it's okay, but if anybody's having any issues, let me know. You can hear, we hear, you hear it. Good. All right. Rancor Dungeon soundtrack is a special part when Luke is with the Rancor. I love that scene. One of my favorites. I say Gina has a future on a conservative meetup because she signed it. Well, yeah, I'm not saying that absolutely. I'm just saying that she's not limited to that, you know. She's very pretty, very athletic, very kind, and she's a good actress. Is she a great A-lister actress? No, but she's a very good, solid actress. So there's no reason why, you know, she can't do all kinds of stuff. Hello there. Hey, Greg. Hey, Boundin', good to see you, bro. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this conference. I'm going to try to reload it again on another tab. 5 p.m. It's 5:11. I guess they're just running late. Let me reshare it so everybody's back in sync here. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with them over there. By the way, if anybody wants, in the in the bottom of the description of this, which I should double check that. Let me double check that real quick. Yeah, at the bottom of the description of this stream is the link to the webcast, the page that I'm showing you where it's not loading up, or where it's loaded but nothing's happening. The only thing is you have to sign up with an email, just so you know. So you can watch it here, or if you want to look yourself, just so you know, the link is in the description. As all my videos and live streams always have the links in the description, if I cite something, whatever I do, the link is there. Now, why are you doing this paradox mess? Hold on. Come on. You were behaving before. Come on. Why is YouNow disconnecting? Oh, man. Trying to do too much stuff at once here. All right, there's that. There's that. For some reason, it did some stupid loop thing. All right, well, I guess they're just late on their end at JP Morgan, so we'll keep chatting. Good to see you, Bounding. Dawanawanga, yes. Remember the soundtrack is the music when you start a fight in the Mos Eisley Cantina, yeah. Hello, hello. 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 Hello, hello. You start a fight in Mos Eisley Cantina and Lego Star Wars Complete Saga. Nice. I don't remember that. It's been years since I played those Lego ones, but I remember loving them. They were a lot of fun. Hello there. Disney did a great sequel trilogy. We wouldn't be in this situation if they succeeded. It's like they didn't use any Disney magic. Yeah. They didn't do anything but make a freaking mess. What you got there? A little rock? A little Stonehenge? It's your end. Yeah, I think it's you, buddy. Mobile hotspot. Good. Has always been a game changer for films until Disney bought the franchise and put out this cookie cutter boring bullshit. Fuck you, Disney cuts. Yeah. I mean, every Star Wars movie changed film, pushed the film industry. All the Disney ones regressed, hurt the film industry, and especially the IP. No innovations, no new technology, no nothing. Just trash on every part of those damn sequel trilogies. Chapek thing up, we could hear it briefly. I don't know. I'm here. It's not. Why isn't it? It's like it keeps unsharing for some stupid reason. Hello.
Is the changing consumer
I got nothing.
That's happening
It's just here on this page.
With COVID probably acting as a bit of a catalyst, but it was going to happen anyway. And so we've got those two dynamics at once. And that's where the flexibility comes in, because for us, whether we're looking at a theatrical exclusive window with a fairly dramatically short.
This is where the fun begins.
Between the first and second offerings, or whether we're looking at.
I'm not hearing anything either.
Disney Plus Premier Access.
All right, guys, let me see what's going on here. Maybe it is playing and I'm screwed up somehow here. Let me see what's going on.
We're really celebrating that flexibility, and I think
you can hear me okay.
We're trying to offer consumers more choice as they gain confidence in how they want to go ahead and return to theaters. You know, theatrical exhibition for us is a very good thing because it helps us build our franchises, which then turn the Disney flywheel and, you know, create so many.
All right, what's going on here? I've got no sound.
But as we've seen with the domestic box office and to a lesser extent, the international box office, that seems to be recovering, at least in some markets.
Something's going on my end because I have no sound.
If you will. But we're seeing, you know, some hesitancy to return in a way that would look back in 2019.
No, that's speakers.
And as such, during this sort of interim period, it's really nice to be.
My headphones are supposed to take over, and they're not. Come on.
And Black Widow, it will be simultaneously released.
It might be me having technical difficulties over here. I apologize.
Was somewhat of a surprise, at least to me, given it's a big Marvel.
Although you should be hearing it.
Meanwhile, I think Luca, a Pixar film, will be going direct to the service. I guess, how do you decide which film gets distributed either direct to the service or through Premier Access or just in theaters?
Well, there's a whole bunch of data points we have to assimilate to make those decisions.
Okay.
The first consideration is that a big tentpole theatrical.
My apologies. I think I've got it now.
It's something that, you know, like a Marvel movie or a Lucas movie, something that's going to have a lot of legs, plays into a larger mythology, and that's the way that, you know, those fans tend to prefer to consume the movie.
Okay.
On the Black
Can you
Widow
hear now,
question,
guys?
You know, we've already delayed Black Widow a couple of times. We didn't want to delay it again. Yet at the same time, we always knew that there was a risk that exhibition wasn't going to be fully developed or that consumers wouldn't want to go back and sit in theaters. So we realized that we had to sort of prime the pump.
No, it was my
to
earphones.
give theatrical exhibition a chance, but we couldn't put all our eggs in the theatrical exhibition basket because we knew that, you know, in the weeks leading up to the decision, the domestic market was not
really
coming
low,
back,
but
and it's still, you know, fairly weak. And so we're really confident that we made the right call there. So we've given the consumer choice to either, you know, watch it in theaters if they feel comfortable, or if not, watch it in the comfort and the safety of their home.
Can you guys, is it real low for you guys, or can you hear it
On the
good?
Luca question, you know, when you have a direct-to-consumer service, we've increased our investment in creative content to ensure that all channels of distribution have a full complement of offerings to sort of keep everybody happy. But nowhere is that more the case than Disney Plus. And, you know, we want to make sure, given the importance of Disney Plus to us and the marketplace and our shareholders, that we keep feeding that machine and taking a, you know, wonderful family film like Luca in the middle of summer and putting that direct on the service will have sort of similar impact like we saw when we did Soul back at the holiday time. And that was a huge boost to Disney Plus. And we believe that Luca will get a lot of eyeballs, a lot of people seeing it, a lot of people enjoying it as we put it on the service for free this summer. And, you know, then in terms of the exclusive theatrical window, we announced 2 titles. Obviously, we announced Shang-Chi and Free Guy, both with reduced 45-day windows. And that's later in the summer when we hope, we're not sure, but that the theatrical marketplace will recover more fully and that type of exclusive distribution will make more sense. But again, flexibility is a good thing. At some point, though, you've got to kind of step, like I like to say, off the dock and onto the boat. And I think those are the titles where we're going to take a shot at it and see how it goes.
So I guess when theaters are more fully reopened globally, do you expect to see a more traditional theatrical window for most films? Or I guess, can you maybe give us a ballpark sense of where you think windows may end up?
I can't turn it up anymore is the problem.
And again, if they shorten, does that also make sense for splits to change?
That's full.
Well, you know, we haven't really, beyond this current fiscal year, we've not really said what we're going to do because we're celebrating that flexibility that we've given ourselves so that we're not going to make a decision and sort of regret it depending on the rate, you know, being too conservative or too aggressive. So we really haven't gone there. In terms of the splits, I think it was the Cinemark CEO that said, I won't look for any significant change in splits relative to what, you know, the historical splits have been. So I don't really think those necessarily will change. I think the consumer is driving the shorter windows. You know, if you know, you have a movie that plays for 4 weeks or 6 weeks, there's not a lot of reason to sit on it for the next 6 or 7 months. And I think the consumers have realized that they've got the power and they can essentially make those calls. And, you know, we're a consumer friendly company and we'll follow their lead, and hence the 45-day.
YouNow, can you guys hear?
You know, are blowing away our initial guidance.
How about now? Did it come back?
Penetration's higher. And so when we look at why the penetration's higher, it's pretty obvious. Not only are we doing really good against families, but we're way exceeding our expectations, not only in every market, but against the general audience, families without kids. And we've definitely seen a 4-quadrant appeal for our movies, where over 50% of our households don't have kids that are subscribed to Disney Plus. And our optimism is really fueled, though, I mean, I guess really, if you come down to it, by fantastic content built off great, brands and franchises. Our initiative for Star in general entertainment internationally, our market expansion cadence, which we've not disappointed ourselves in any market that we've launched in yet. The power
For some
of the
reason, when I
bundle,
share it
never
on
underestimate the power
YouNow,
of the
it cuts
Disney
it out.
bundle,
I don't know what's
because
going
it
on
is
with
a
that.
very, very powerful machine and a great value for consumers. And then just again, the shifts in consumer behavior where people, if they want to stay home and watch a movie, they want to stay home and watch a movie, and they don't want to be coerced into doing something that they don't want. I think you've got all those things, plus our sort of our secret weapon, which is, we've not had Disney Plus operating in any sense in a full, robust way while our parks have been operating, right? Because as soon as Disney Plus kind of got really going, our parks shut down because of the pandemic. And so for the very first time, we've got the opportunity to take our original direct-to-consumer business, which is our park business, and use it for our newest direct-to-consumer business. And we've got tremendous amount of information on our consumers from our parks business and what would happen if we married that and actually mined that data to help people subscribe to Disney Plus, knowing what we know. And I think it really gives us a big opportunity to take a leap forward on our direct-to-consumer business. But I think it's also important to note that we're not really managing our platforms for quarter-to-quarter growth. We're really managing it for, the long term. We're still essentially in a launch phase. We've been ramping up in content, and it's really content dependent, but content has been sort of stymied, the supply chain, because of the shutdown of production. So now that we're pretty much up to full production, and we expect to have full content flow by FY22 or 23, when we're really in the kind of cadence that we want to have going forward. And the fact that, we hit 100 million households in 6 months, or 16 months, in 16 months on Disney Plus, despite the fact that we didn't have full content flow, is really an incredible feat, I think. And so in the end, as you know, in entertainment, it really is all about content. I think over the next, basically by the end of the year, we've got 6 Marvel titles. We've got Black Widow, we've got Shang-Chi, we've got Loki, we've got Hawkeye, we've got Miss Marvel, we've got What If, all these great series coming to Disney Plus. We've got Boba Fett from Star Wars, Boba Fett from Star Wars, and we've got Monsters at Work from Pixar. So you look at that cadence of content, and you look at our distribution plans and the great price value that we offer consumers, and we can't but help but be bullish.
So when you said, end of, I think you said fiscal 22, in terms of, more to kind of getting to the steady state, is that when you'll see the sort of the one significant content drop a week that I think you talked about as a goal for Disney Plus?
Yeah, well, our goal is, something new every week for our guests, and we think that we're going to have a normalized content flow, but like I said, by fiscal year 22 and 23, and those will consist of our originals under our core franchises, our originals under Star General Entertainment internationally, and a tremendous amount of relevant local content that we're going to have across the globe.
I was thinking the same thing.
And with a significant ramp in,
I don't know if it was just a mistake or he slipped.
Its price by $1 a month domestically at the end of March, and increased its pricing in continental Europe and other territories with the introduction of Star. What have you learned thus far?
Because why would you think of Han Solo? How would you mix up Han Solo with Boba Fett? Makes me wonder.
Profitability by fiscal 24.
They really want to commit
I'd
suicide.
say as a headline, we're really thrilled with the price-value relationship that we offer consumers, and I think that's borne out by the fact that in the U.S., when we took our first price increase, we didn't really observe any significantly higher churn than we had been seeing. And internationally, when we did the price increase there, we also added the Star content.
I'm going to try something, guys. You might lose sound for just a second, but I'm going to try something.
Actually saw
Let me see something.
In our churn rate.
Maybe I can make everybody happy
more
here.
Retention. So I think that
because I don't
really
think it's
says
working
something
over
about
on
the
YouNow.
price-value relationship. And, we'll reserve the right to
So
increase,
just a moment while I fix my
price-value
mess.
relationship through further pricing actions as we add more and more content and get to that point where we're adding a new piece of content essentially every week.
Moving to Star, how has the initial rollout been received in continental Europe and elsewhere? You mentioned internationally coming down a bit.
Okay. Let me try something. Just a
We're really
second.
pleased with the launch in Europe.
I'm going to bring it right back.
A vast amount of subscribers have activated Star, those prior Disney.
Let me know how it sounds now.
We've had higher engagement across all audience segments. And as you know, engagement is directly correlated with retention.
And you
So
know,
I think
if you
that,
hear, let me
again,
know.
says something about that churn rate and that price value rate. But we're really, really thrilled with what's happened with Star in Europe.
Have you seen a greater mix of households without kids signing up for the service? And any surprises since the launch?
Well, generally, we're surprised even with Disney Plus. So on Star, we're not as surprised, but yes, it continues to complement
Does that
the
sound
Disney
better?
Plus broad audience, four-quadrant audience with an even further extent because of the nature of the kind of content's on there. But it seems to have something for everybody, which is really positive.
And at Hotstar, Disney has established such a strong lead versus other global streaming platforms in India. I guess, what can you share with us about your longer term opportunity to grow that market further?
Well, you know, we have an unparalleled collection of entertainment and sports in our Hotstar offering, something we're really proud of, but it's a unique market. That's the case around the world, but it really is a unique market. It's unique because we have particularly what I'll call mass market pricing and distribution, but it's a unique market in terms of that distribution because it's really a mobile first market, which is kind of unusual. They have low bandwidth, and so we have to tailor our offerings to match that low bandwidth. And local languages are particularly important there, and so we have to sort of customize for each of those unique elements. But we think that our premium programming, evidenced by the sports I referenced, especially things like cricket and that local content, we have, I think, it's 17,000 hours a year of local content that we create for Hotstar. And I think that really drives our local affinity. And we're excited to launch in Malaysia on June 1st.
And switching gears to the ad-supported SVOD front, I mean, Hulu has been the driving force behind your DTC advertising success. I guess, how do you view the growth potential on the advertising front?
Well, you know, we've enjoyed double-digit ad growth in addressable advertising. And I think it's a function of a couple things. Number one, great content, because you have to have great content for people who want to watch, for advertisers who want to go there. So it obviously starts with that unparalleled content. But it also says something, I think, about our audience-focused data and technology and our ability to make that advertising truly addressable, which we're excited about. But then we go even further in terms of our direct customers, and we have really self-service programmatic advertising, so that people can get in and sort of buy media in a different way, a much more modern way of doing it. So there's a lot of behavioral shifts that are happening in the marketplace, whether it's got to do with the consumers themselves or the advertisers themselves. And we are pretty proud of where we're at. We think we're ahead of the market, we're ahead of the curve, and we're seeing tremendous gains in addressable advertising, as I think you know.
Best lemon cookies I've ever had in my life. They are amazing.
Just jumping to sports for a bit, ESPN has gained additional content. ESPN Plus has gained additional content with the new rights to the NHL and the NFL renewal, which can be simulcast, I know, on the linear channel and on ESPN Plus.
That lemon icing on the back.
Migrates over to
God, they're so banging.
Oh, wow. ESPN Plus service to evolve.
Well, as you know, we've got new deals with the NFL,
These
with
are better.
Major League Baseball, with
10 times
NHL
better.
and La Liga. And that flexibility for us, as we need to pivot towards a direct-to-consumer ESPN Plus type platform, has been an important component that we insist upon for each one of these deals. So whether it's an exclusive right or a simulcast right, it's important that we go ahead and utilize our content that we have purchased the rights to in a way that we see fit, again, given that distribution flexibility that we talked about so much at the onset of this conversation. But, you know, the speed of how we do this is going to really depend, you know, on, I would say, a couple factors. Number one, consumer behavior and where they want to watch. I watched some great golf matches on ESPN Plus following individual golfers this weekend, which was really, I mean, fascinating. They're doing a great job with things like that. But, you know, at the same time, there's, you know, rights constraints that we have that might meter how fast or how slow we go. And then, you know, existing deals can do that as well. And then, of course, we'll only do it if it's accretive to our shareholders. So when the time is right to really stomp on the gas and go even stronger into our direct-to-consumer platforms for sports, we'll do that.
And it's still very much a balance between your linear media business, which remains, you know, a huge part of your business and a huge profit contributor, and your investment to longer-term growth of DTC. I guess any color you can give on how you kind of balance those two businesses?
Balance is a good word. You know, to some extent, our linear businesses right now are just generating a ton of cash flow, which for a business that's emerging from a very tough year from a COVID standpoint, where we, you know, took on some debt to give us a better cash position, pandemic, related, I think it's nice to have a strong cash flow business like those linear
Just
businesses.
that place.
And frankly, they're also funding our DTC investments. That'd be pretty difficult without that cash flow. But over time, we're in a multi-year transition to a very strong DTC business. And, you know, the pace of that could accelerate as, you know, we get out of COVID and as the consumers vote with their pocketbooks to go direct to consumer. And so, as I've said before, we don't want to be on the back end of that wave. We want to be on the front end of that wave. So if anything, we'll lead it a little bit. But we're only going to do that if we can maximize the long-term value to shareholders.
Just jumping back for a second to Star, I wanted to ask a follow-up question on that. You recently decided to delay your launch of Star Plus in Latin America from June, I think, until August. I guess, how do you expect to benefit better from the timing of that launch?
Well, we're going to sort of sync that up with some of the sports rights that we've got, which we believe are going to be major drivers for sub ads. And so while, you know, we would prefer not to have delayed it, we think that's actually going to be a better launch time for us because, as you know, and as we learned with our launch of Disney Plus, getting out of the gate fast is an important one, getting that momentum.
They can't be woke, they're dead.
I think the few months delay is going to be well worth it so that we can sync up those rights.
Okay, we continue to see closures of some of your international cable networks. Are there more to come? And how should we view, I guess, your longer term strategy there?
Well, we closed 30 channels in FY20 or in 20.
And Guns N' Roses
we
haven't
plan to close 100 in 21. So yes, we will continue at a robust rate. And then the content, to your question, will continue to migrate to Disney Plus. The great majority of that content will migrate to Disney Plus. And again, the decisions that we make in individual channels and individual markets and the timing of such are sort of framed up by existing deals that we've gotten, some of the constraints we've got there. But as you can see, that continues to be a core strategy for us as we pivot towards direct-to-consumer.
And you mentioned earlier when you were talking about Hotstar, the investment in local language and how that's a significant driver of the success you've seen in Hotstar. Can you talk generally about the local language and your investment you're making in local language when you think about continuing to grow Disney Plus globally?
You know, for a company that's got content around the globe that's beloved like Disney, there would be a tendency to want to do a one-size-fits-all strategy. We know that doesn't necessarily work everywhere, and that's why we've got different distribution mechanisms across the world in Latin America versus Asia versus, you know, the US versus Europe. That said, maybe the most unique market of all would be Southeast Asia and particularly India, given, you know, the strong affinity towards cricket and the mobile first, the low bandwidth, all those things that we mentioned, and that local language customization is absolutely critical. So it's the cost of entry, it's the ante to play the game. And we recognize it. And I think one of the reasons we've been so successful across the globe in launching Disney Plus is we're very, very sensitive to the local market needs and not doing a one-size-fits-all.
Thanks, Kino. I saw your email back.
We're almost out of time, but I've got one more question. Looking forward, Disney will be celebrating its 100th birthday in a couple years, and Walt Disney World is going to celebrate its 50th anniversary, I believe, this fall. I guess, what are you most excited about for the next few years of the company?
Well, there's a lot I'm excited about. We continue to reach new audiences through storytelling and experiences, just like Walt sort of aspired to do back in his day. I think the future for us is really bright. And as bright as it's been in the past 100 years, because we've got a tremendous brand. We've got powerhouse franchises that I think are the envy of the industry. We've got powerful distribution platforms. We've got a robust cadence of content. We've got new markets that we're, releasing across the world. And importantly, on our parks businesses, we've got those one-of-a-kind experiences that our consumers look for. And, I mentioned our enthusiasm about our parks business. We've got low double-digit growth, as I mentioned earlier, that we're striving for, and that we see in capacity in a month-by-month basis. And if nothing else tells us that we're going to be able to emerge strong from this pandemic, I think that's it. So you've sort of got the next 100 years, and to some extent, we're looking at the next 100 days. But we like to make sure that we're managing for today, but we're also managing for the long term, and we've got some optimism for both of those. But I think the second 100 years will be as successful as the first 100 years. And if that's not a cause for optimism, then nothing is.
Did you hear him? We're looking to the next 100 days. Why are you worried about the next 100 days, Bob?
It's been great.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
We all know you're in the shitter right now, Bob. That might be it. I don't know. I'm going to mute it for the moment because I don't want to get hit with a copyright. I don't remember a McDonald's VHS. I used to have a record. There was just like a thin piece of paper. It was plastic, and you could play it on a record player. Or maybe it was wax, but it was, like a piece of paper, real thin, floppy. I don't remember a videotape. I assume it's Keno, like the game, Keno, dude, or is it Keno? Yeah, very past tense. Jenna Ortega, I don't know that. I can't picture who that is. I think it's going to be revolutionary, breathtaking. Yeah, I can't imagine that's going to be too good. Let me see if anything's happening here. I think that might be it. That was short. And he probably didn't want to have a repeat from the last one. He knew I was waiting to make a video about his ass. Band-Aid, yes. Brilliant, intelligent. And dropping stock price has little to do with the pandemic beyond their money lost by the parks. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's true. They lost a shit ton of money at the parks. The parks is what funds everything. And nobody denies that. If everything's shut down, people can't go to the parks. But that doesn't mean your stocks need to go down. That doesn't mean that everybody needs to be pissed off. That doesn't mean that you should be insulting your customers. None of that has any bearing with COVID. COVID has nothing to do with all the stupidity that Disney and Disney Lucasfilm have been doing. We all give them the fact that the parks are closed, and that affects their cruises and it affects the hotels. So if it was just that because of that segment, they lost money, then everybody would be like, okay. But when you have everyone pissed off and you make mistake after mistake and you make stupid decision after stupid decision and you're spending time and money on the High Republic with rock characters, then there's no excuses. There's no excuses. Long term, Star Wars to see a decline in since 2017. Yeah. What's a record player? Yeah, the two things that stood out, and I'll listen to it again in case I missed anything, but I don't think there was much there. But the two things that stood out to me is he said Han Solo. We have Han Solo. I mean Boba Fett. Now, granted, it could have just been an honest mistake, but how do you get Han Solo from Boba Fett? So that makes me curious. That's also absolute suicide. If they were to do another Solo, it would just be, again, another one of their stupid decisions. But wouldn't surprise me. And then he said, we're looking towards the next 100 days. Well, if you're that concerned with the next 100 days, that goes to show you they are in really bad shape. And don't get me wrong, every business, myself, as Not My Star Wars, all kinds of people look at the next 100 days. But when you're Disney, the next 100 days shouldn't be anything to you. So if you're focused on the next 100 days, that means you're trying to come out of a hole. Turns bad and she thinks she's getting oppressed or something, so she starts a movement to kill Dalmatians. Let's see. Alrighty. Man, they did all that for just those little 5 little questions, little BS questions. Not even, what was it, even 5 questions? VHS promo, they sold like 4 or 5 movies they sold for $4.99. Man, I don't remember that. Kino from TMNT. Man, I haven't seen that movie in a million years, so right now I can't remember from there, but okay. No, I don't think it can be rewound. That's the thing. You have to wait till until it's actually over. Then they curate it, and it might be a few hours before it's even, at least generally an hour before. Come on, John. Before you can listen to it again. So no, I can't rewind it, unfortunately. You never saw my fade in? Come on, bro. You need to go look at my store. I got all kinds of stuff there. Once it's like uploaded, yes, you can fast forward and rewind and all that. But the live part of it, no, you got to wait for them to. I don't know if they actually physically upload it or their server has to like process it. Take a sudden chill. Hi, Republic. Yeah, they didn't really. Fight Club. Good movie. I haven't seen that in a while either. That's a really good movie. Invisible Enemy. Yeah. Yep. Mom's Friend one day. That's how a lot of people see it. Exactly. I don't know what you're talking about, buddy. Oh. Next 100 years, but he knows they won't even last another 10. Yeah, well, they might not last another 1. Right. I think you have. That can't be good. Eternally boring. Man, I don't know about anybody else. If you like The Bad Batch, fine. I cannot get through these damn shows without falling asleep. This morning I got up. I was doing something. I was uploading a draft of my documentary to check for copyright. And I watched episode 4 because the other day I tried to watch it and I fell asleep. Boring as shit. And it's literally Attack of the Clones. It's Zam Wessel flying through Coruscant, getting chased by Anakin and Obi-Wan. They literally just, it's the same thing. The sound effects, the vehicles, the whole scenario. It's literally them on Coruscant doing the whole freaking Zam Wessel chase. It's ridiculous. Boring as shit. And I'm getting sick of Hunter walking around with that distinctive sharp Rambo face, the only guy in the entire Star Wars universe that wears a bandana or a headband, and half his face is black and half is white, and nobody anywhere notices this guy. No cameras, no clones, no security. Nobody notices that that's the guy they're looking for. Come on. It's ridiculous. Nobody knows what Omega looks like. A little blonde girl going around with these clone guys. Wrecker that's all distinctive. Nobody notices them. It's just so stupid. Freaking Fennec looks awesome. She was badass. I think it's actually Ming-Na Wen is doing the voice. If not, she sounds like her. But she's a white girl. She looks like she's Laura Croft. She doesn't look like Fennec. I don't get it. I don't get it how people like this ridiculous show. It's so freaking boring. We love and respect fans out of IPs. Also Disney, you don't like our celluloid digital portion. Shut up, you evil bigot. You could be offending somebody someplace who most very well existed. You will subscribe. I want to destroy something beautiful. He's awake. God, it is so freaking boring. And I'm not like trying to talk bad about it or be hateful. I mean, it's freaking boring. I'm looking at it like, oh my, I'd rather watch freaking paint dry. Holy shit, is that show lame. I mean, it's not woke, and it's not like breaking lore in the traditional Disney sense. It's just kind of not doing anything, so there's nothing to break. But man, it's just a freaking boring ass nothing burger show. Like Charlie Sheen, yeah, kind of. In what's it called? Shoot, what was that? The movie where they parody everything and he's Rambo in it. Wrecker, yes. He gets shot. He lifts. He can toss freaking gunships. He can do all this stuff, and then Fennec just like he goes to attack Fennec, and she just like pushes him into a wall, and he gets knocked out. Huh? Nothing against Fennec, but he's like 3 times her size. She wouldn't even be able to push him or budge him. I mean, be real with this girl power nonsense. Be real. Stupid. Well, it doesn't have. First of all, they should, and second of all, you don't have to. I mean, just people in the street. It's like, how do you not recognize this freaking guy? And this episode is all about they're in this planet where there's cameras everywhere. There's this whole police chase scene, and they're looking at them on security cameras and all this, and it's like nobody recognizes these guys. It's ridiculous. They are wanted by the Empire. This little group of these clones that defected are wanted by the entire Empire, and nobody spots them or knows how to find them or see them or recognize them. It's ridiculous. Shoved in her forehead. How is that missable? Yeah. It's just, it's so dumb. It's so freaking dumb. Force Awakens. Yeah, and if you go back, you're going to see that it's the Clone Wars. It's literally when they're chasing Zam Wesell through Coruscant. It's the same the same sound effects, the same setup, everything. It's literally the same freaking episode. I mean, yeah, there's differences, but you can tell it's totally that. No originality, no nothing over there, man. It's he's literally the only person in the entire Star Wars universe that has a freaking headband on his head. Not to mention the face, the hair, the black side, the white side. I mean, how do you not recognize this guy? Seriously. It's ridiculous. I can see if they had like a mask on, a helmet on, robe with a hood. Okay, fine. But they're like out wide open, all of them, all of them walking around like there's not supposed to be glasses in Star Wars, by the way. George Lucas specifically said this a long time ago. No glasses in Star Wars. Dave broke that rule of Mandalorian with Dr. Persian, and freaking Tech, granted, they're like tech goggles, but still. Oh, but he loves George Lucas. He respects George Lucas. There is no point to it. The whole show is just like going around it. Like the first 2 episodes were stupid anyways, but the last 2 have just been complete filler, just like going around. That's what we're going to get. It's like 10 episodes of, yay, Fennec's chasing after them. Omega, I get it. She's a kid. Okay, so she followed the little cart with the alien thingies. Fine, she gets lost. Okay, then she goes in the tunnel after Fennec. Why? I don't know. After she tries to kill her and Hunter. So she chases her into the tunnel, goes down the ladder and is in the tunnel, whatever. Right? And then she sees Fennec and goes right back out the tunnel. Like, what was the whole freaking point of that? So stupid. Then she gets up on the top tower, remember? And shuts the door and is like trying to lock it, and Fennec blows the door. Okay, just the shrapnel and explosion would have killed or severely injured Omega. Not to mention blasted her off. She's a little child, weighs, 50 pounds? Would have blasted her off the freaking tower and down into the... No, she just like falls over. It's so dumb. It's so freaking stupid. It's not woke, but it's freaking stupid. It's free to watch grass go. Why would I want to? Yeah, pretty much. Hot shots, yes. Yes, it is. Is about what not to do. Yes, they're all walking around like, hello, Echo with his freaking I don't know what to call that arm, which is fine because of the story. But dude, cover that thing up. Use a rubber hand. I mean, you're the one guy that looks like a clone with the freaking arm. I mean, seriously. It's so freaking stupid. Yes, you are correct. They proved that they have no facial recognition. Oh Lord. Oh yeah, it's nonsense is coming. Yeah, I don't know what to make of. There's going to be something with Omega. She's baby Palpatine or something stupid. I don't know. Yeah, she's annoying. I want to go with you guys. Watch or listen to Walt Disney Company, JP Morgan, Global Technology. Yeah, if you go to the bottom of the description of this stream, the link is there.
Great. Thanks, everybody. I'm Doug Anmuth, Internet Analyst at JP Morgan, and welcome to our keynote discussion with Lyft President and Co-Founder and Vice Chair, John Zimmer. So before we get started, I just wanted to note that John may make forward-looking statements about Lyft's performance and expectations.
I guess they're going to the next speaker. Yeah, so you probably got to wait for this whole thing to go through, and then it'll process, and then you can listen back to it. So unfortunately, right now,
investor relations website. So with that out of the way,
we're stuck. That or go backwards in the stream. You can hear parts of it. But the link is in the bottom of the description. The only thing is you have to sign up with an email, just so you know. Yes. going to put myself through Bad Batch, but I want to be able to complain in detail about it. I can't hate on any of the Swiggles with you guys since I skipped all but TFA. Yeah. Hello there on the YouNow end. I'm more focused on the YouTube, but I'm here. So if you guys type anything, I am checking on the chat over here. And hopefully you guys can hear me okay. Oh man, Disney. Show to be solely on the Bad Batch. Yeah, there's so many things that Dave could have done with the Bad Batch, and here we are wasting time with this kid and going around. It's the Mandalorian all over again. I don't know what they have with this, like the lost child that needs to be saved and escorted around and brought into everything. And Star Wars was never any of this mess. Yeah, there's kids around. I mean, it's okay to have kids, but it's like this. All these things they're doing are revolving around these children, and I don't. It's because it's Disney's fan nonsense. They're not making Star Wars. Freaking Omega. And it's not that I hate the kid or have anything against the kid, but it's like they're revolving the whole show around her. Why? Why make a Bad Batch show? Why make The Mandalorian if it's going to be all about Grogu? Dumb. No, they didn't. They should not have brought her into it. Not to mention the mess. Wait, like chapter 11 or 12, they're going to start with the final big arc and do all this explanation of clones and how the clones get taken out, and Omega's going to be this whole thing, and it's probably going to connect with Snoke or some stupid shit. Just watch. Yeah. It's the Mandalorian again, Dave Filoni. All about Grogu. So then why not just make a freaking Grogu show then? Why are you wasting our time with a half-assed Mandalorian? I just don't get it. I have not wasted any time on Bad Batch. Too much better stuff. Yeah, it's freaking terrible, man. That's just dumb. Night Sister, yeah. Nah, who knows? Because he said that there's no need for them. That the society and technology is so advanced that you don't need them. So, while he doesn't clarify, that can mean one, that people are at a higher level of evolution, so therefore your eyes don't go as bad. Or two, like a LASIK surgery is like something you could do in your living room, like technology is so advanced that you don't. And George wears glasses, remember that. And that's why I think he didn't want them in Star Wars. It's like his way of. Remember that it's his story. He lives vicariously somewhat through Star Wars. But he literally did say that there are no glasses in Star Wars, and that that galaxy's technology has gone way ahead. They don't need them. He doesn't specify like, because of this surgery or this tool or whatever, but he does say that. So, and if you paid attention, nobody ever wore glasses in all of Star Wars until who? Oh, Dave Phony Baloney. And here we have Dr. Persian. But, he's the apprentice. He paid attention. He's George's guy, right? I don't work at Lucasfilm, and I know more than that twit. It's ridiculous. I have no parents. Yeah. Yeah, she's the key to Palpatine, which is the key to Rey. That's the point. Omega's going to be the key to Rey. Because she's going to be, they're probably going to do Luke's hand and Omega, make Snoke, which gives Palpatine the ability to come back, which then makes the ability to be able to make Rey, and there's Kathleen's validation and the connection to the sequel trilogy. So be prepared, because it's coming. I've been telling you guys forever, it all connects. I've shown you the quote where Jon Favreau says, we're connecting all of it. Canon, EU, the sequel trilogy, the OT, the Clone Wars cartoon. He said it. They are connecting all of it. Jon Favreau. So, I've been told you. Yeah, no worries. I'll be here for a little bit. Just like Ahsoka, Omega is going to turn into another OP character. Filoni won't have the balls to kill off before. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yep. He's going to implicate her. Plus, notice Omega's age. Did you notice that he made a child? Why? Because if he was able to pull off Ahsoka now after the OT, well, he didn't really pull it off. That completely breaks Star Wars and the canon, but he brought her in. She's like 40 years old, right? So now, if he brings in Omega, that gives him the opportunity for Omega to be, this is Order 66, so Revenge of the Sith, so 19, 20 years. So she's probably roughly 10. So there you go. She'll be about 30 in the OT Mandalorian era. So you might see her in Boba Fett, which you probably will because of the clones. You might see her in Mando Season 3, if that even happens. As I've said before, I really doubt you're going to see me. I don't think Mando Season 3 is going to happen. So be prepared, because that's what he's setting up, is to be able to use Omega later after the OT. Well, first of all, not everybody needs. Some people don't wear glasses, right? Not everybody needs glasses. But what I'm saying is maybe that technology is so far ahead that that's something you could do at your own house, you know? A droid could do it, or, you know. He doesn't clarify why. He just says that nobody in Star Wars wears glasses, that galaxy is much more advanced, and there's no need for glasses. And he made a point to say that nobody wears glasses in Star Wars. Or their eyes just don't go bad. Yeah, maybe society is, you know, improved. You know, always remember that Star Wars in the universal timeline is a long time ago to us, but in their time, they're leaps and bounds ahead of us. So technology-wise, you know, society-wise, they're way ahead of us. So maybe special eye drops, or who knows. But whatever reason, people don't wear glasses. Says there's a replay will be available shortly. For whatever reason, I didn't see that. It said that when I initially went on there a little bit ago. Yeah, maybe it just refreshed or updated. Macaroni. With Luke's hand. Yeah. New stream intro. You should put Star Wars as Leia saying, "Help me, not my Star Wars." That would be neat, but I need a girl to do the script. Maybe I can find somebody, possibly. That's funny, though. That's a good idea. Yeah, that's true. They're going to make it connect. Absolutely. I didn't say that Jon Favreau was clever and understood how to make it connect. All I'm saying is that they're purposely pulling elements and connecting it so that you know that all of this is one big thing, that it's all their canon. Dave is the one that's supposed to make sense of it. We've seen what Dave has done. So, oh, Lordy. Wouldn't surprise me if in the least if the no glasses things has something to do with George and is an open secret in their circles. Yeah, I don't know. It might be for personal reasons, maybe because he has bad eyes. He wants no one in Star Wars to have bad eyes. I don't know the motive. Again, he doesn't clarify. I'm just going by the exact quote. Now, granted, I don't remember it word for word, but he literally says that no one wears glasses in Star Wars. That galaxy is far more advanced, and with technology, and nobody wears glasses. So I know this because, one, I know that from years ago. I remember him saying that. And two, as I'm doing the Mando chapters, reviewing them, all the problems with the Mandalorian, I saw Pershing, and it stood out to me. I was like, wait a minute, he's wearing glasses. So I went searching. So within a year ago, I searched, and I found the quote again. And he specifically says, no one in Star Wars wears glasses. Furthermore, if you think back to the OT, I'm trying to remember. There's maybe somebody in the cantina, possibly, but there's like nobody with goggles. Not even. PT, you got little Annie but he's also going like 600 miles per hour or whatever in a freaking 300 or 600, I don't remember, in a freaking pod. So they're all wearing goggles, which makes sense. Yeah, I don't know the exact motive there. Books and comments, first episode of Bad Batch Retcon, the Canon. Yeah. Yep. Oh, they can't help it. Everything they make just contradicts the previous thing. Everything. Space LASIK, yeah. Dead Girls, where are you? I haven't seen Idana, Danai, and I haven't seen Dead Girls. And I'm a little bit nervous about both. I hope they're okay. And I hope they still love me, because I love them. Well, if you ever meet George Lucas in public, ask why no. Oh, I will. Believe me, that's definitely a question I always wanted to ask him. There's lots of things I want to ask him. Hello there, Gordon. Good to see you, buddy. General Kenobi. If there were Siamese clones with the Bad Batch, they would really need to hide with the ship. Nah, Hunter needs to bring them anyway. Hunter and Tech, leave them. Yeah. They're all walking around, and Wrecker's pulling parts out of a ship out in the open. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. And each one, it's not even like they all look like a normal clone, so you can confuse them. These guys are very distinctive. Wrecker's this huge dude with a freaking eye that like floats. Hunter with his half face and the fucking headband. Echo with his, I don't even know what to call it, drill arm. I mean, it's just Tech, the second only person wearing glasses in Star Wars. I mean, it's just, come on. Ponda Baba, maybe. Yeah, I'd have to look back. I can't remember. Oh, yeah, I forget his name, but yeah. I think he does have some goggles on. Yeah. But those are, like I said, those are like sandstorm goggles. You know what I mean? Those are wind goggles. Those are keep shit out of your eyes goggles, not like I need glasses to see. You understand what I'm saying? Because George didn't say like eyewear or goggles. He said specifically no glasses in Star Wars. Haven't watched since the first episode. Don't think I'm missing. Oh man, it just gets dumber and dumber and slower, and it's so stupid. Holy shit, is it dumb? If you thought the Clone Wars, like remember the first couple seasons of Clone Wars was like real slow and holy shit, this is like 10 times that. It's just god awful. I wasn't gonna say it, but yes, I always called him Dick Nose. That's so funny. All my life I've called that dude Dick Nose. Oh, that's so funny. Dick Nose or Penis Nose. Yes. Oh. Seen anybody with glasses, so I assume glasses are non-existent. Yeah. Massive fan servers and bring Vader into the show, wrecking shit. Vader probably never fought between 3 or 4. Yeah, no, he didn't. And remember what I told you a while ago. You will see Grogu, you will see Ahsoka, and you will see Vader in the Bad Batch. I guarantee it. You are going to see them. Yeah, I guess he does. But again, those are goggles. Those aren't seeing, like, reading glasses, right? Goggles I'm okay with. But purging, like, totally, you know, oh, look, I'm a scientist. I've got my little glasses, you know, and it's like, not to mention stereotyping Dave Filoni. But yeah, I guess he did have goggles. If I felt like I was going to die very quickly, I would make a short little video saying bye and I love you if I felt like I was going to die. To who? To Not My Star Wars? To dead girls? To who? For some reason, when YouTubers are about to die or leave, they just delete all their videos and only pick up a video saying goodbye. If you want to be remembered, keep your videos up. There you go. Apollo Legend, don't know him. Was he a YouTuber? The brain tumors thing in Clone Wars for Order 66. Episode 2, they already explained that they would take any order without question. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Ryan? Good to see you, man. Well, let me peek in here.
And those that were kind of at a second tier to the first tier player have really pulled their weight over the last few years. So
yeah, he's some other guy. He has nothing to do with presentation has ended. We are currently preparing a recording of this session, is what they say. All right, this other guy I have no interest
in the network, and that's something that Toyota is interested in continuing.
It's interesting, though, that I didn't know you could hear the whole JP Morgan. I thought you could only hear the Disney. If you click on it now, it says the recording because of the Disney part. But anyways, Disney stock is back up a little bit, of course. Naturally. Let's see. All right. $174. Yeah, well, they actively buy their stock, so an Asian clone of Jango Fett. Anything's possible at this point. Another thing I noticed is the show looks really dark. Not dark theme, I mean like the lighting. It's like stupid dark. I don't know if it's just my laptop but I was watching it yesterday. I was like, man, is this dark? It's like they turned down the lighting on the entire show. I don't have any confirmation of that. I don't know if that's true. For all we know, I have not seen any confirmation from George Lucas about that. So I'm not denying that it could be. It does make sense. But George could come along and be like, well, actually, no, Palpatine had them hypnotized, or I don't know, something in their genes. I don't know. To me, it makes sense that they have a chip. But have I ever heard or read from George Lucas that there is a chip in the clones? No. Did some comic book or Dave Filoni or somebody say that? Yeah, I'm sure. And again, I'm not saying that it's not true. I'm not saying that denying it, but I'm just saying I've never heard George Lucas himself say that it was his idea or that they even have chips. And I haven't heard every last thing that George Lucas said, but as you guys know, I've heard pretty much most of it. So, here we can let's see. Yeah, they talk about it in the Clone Wars cartoon, but we know that that's Dave Filoni's freaking mess. That's his child. That's his stupidity. So, all the sources are Clone Wars. So, again, that's Dave Filoni. I've never heard George in an interview, nor read anywhere, and you guys know I do my research, that George Lucas said there's inhibitor chips. So, that's Dave Filoni. And again, I'm not saying that George didn't come up with that or didn't okay it, but I don't have proof to say that, yes, he did. I do have proof that Dave Filoni's an idiot and he made the Clone Wars. So, there you go. Again, Dave Filoni, because I don't have direct proof from George, but according to Dave Filoni, the Bad Batch idea was George's. However, they were a group of defective clones, not engineered, not better, not a mutation that made them special like X-Men. They were defective clones. Kind of like you buy a defective vacuum cleaner and you plug it in and it doesn't work, or it has terrible suction, or it overheats, as in it's bad, as in it's fucked up, not as in, oh, it's Mega Made. Because Dave literally did that. He totally switched it where a bunch of defective dum-dums. They were supposed to be a mistake. Don't you remember Clone 99? That's what they're supposed to be. Instead, Dave was like, oh, well, we'll make them X-Men. You know, on every turn, Dave Filoni just goes against what George Lucas says. And there's people out here that think that George works with him or that Dave respects him or does things in George Lucas's way. Aye. They are defective clones. Yeah, I'm missing them. I don't know what's going on with them. And again, they're supposed to be fuck-ups, not, oh, they're genetic mutants that actually stood out and are better clones. Oh, Dave. Yeah, but I think that's like life support. I don't think it's vision. Again, George was very specific. Glasses. Not eyewear, not goggles, not protective. Yeah, that guy's a mess. They go to Hunter and Echo go to the dealer, right? And I forget what the hell they're trying to sell. Some gadget. And the dude's like, that's not worth anything unless black market. He's like, but I'll give you $2,000 for your droid, right? Well, first of all, you can't tell it's a human. But okay, we'll play along. He thinks it's a droid. You're a dealer. You know something about droids. You don't recognize that that's not a droid to begin with. You don't recognize that it's not a model droid that doesn't exist. So then what's Filoni's solution to explain it? It's a military prototype. Okay. So the guy that's the dealer probably has contacts and hears things. And he's not going to be interested in a military prototype droid. He's not going to call anybody and be like, hey, what's up with this droid? You see how Disney works? They don't think of the consequences. They make shit up and they're like, we'll just explain it later. Then, because they fucked up and lied in the beginning, they have to cover up with another lie. So now, we'll just explain it away with it's a military prototype. But now you've opened up a whole can of worms. Like I said before, how is nobody recognizing them? How does anybody not searching for these people? You've just made it worse by saying it's a military prototype. Because why are you, Mr. Bandana, Mr. Headband, walking around with a military prototype droid? Oh, aren't you one of those clones? Oh, you're one of those clones that everybody's looking for, aren't you? So freaking stupid. Hold on. What was that? Django Fett still do their job well, yeah. Yeah, I guess technically that's what he was saying. I don't know if he knows about the I doubt he knows about Order 66. They wouldn't have told Django that. And I don't know, because again, I haven't heard it from George, but I doubt even Dooku knew. I think the only person that knew was Sidious. Maybe Cypher Diaz. And I know that in the Clone Wars, in Dave Filoni's fan fiction, he says that Dooku, you know, made sure the chip had Order 66. But in real Star Wars and canon, I don't think he knew. There's no indication that Dooku knew. And knowing Sidious, Dooku would have been totally in the dark. Like, why are you building this army? He didn't know that he was going to, you know, execute Order 66 and they were all going to turn and kill the Jedi. He didn't know that. Only George can answer that. Maybe they did. Maybe he did, but from what you see in the movies, Dooku didn't know that. Dooku only knew so much. That's why when he tells Anakin to kill him, he's like, what? I thought I was your boy. Sidious didn't tell shit to Dooku. Dooku was a pawn. He only told him as much as he needed to know, and he wouldn't have told him about Order 66, because then Dooku could try to kill Palpatine and take over the clones, right? Dooku didn't know about it. So I do like that line of thinking, but Django wouldn't have known. Bad Batch and Freddie Prinze Jr. character who's supposed to be a kid sounds like a grown man. When heard him, and I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, exactly. And people called him out on it on Twitter, and he started freaking making fun of those people. And he's like, my voice is like that because I'm just that good. Like, you're, you know. And that's the thing with all these Disney freaking people. Instead of saying, oh shit, you're right, we made a boo-boo. Instead of being humble, go back and re-record it. Freaking use a voice synthesizer, something. Why the hell do you sound like yourself, Freddie Prinze? You're such a great actor, but you don't know that, oh, by the way, I'm playing a kid. Maybe I should make my voice a little higher. Idiot. But the second you point things out to them, they're like, rah. So, you know, it's like I've said a million times. You go to the local pizza shop and you get a sub or a pizza, and it's just crap. Soggy, cold, uncooked, nasty. And you go back to the pizza shop, and most pizza shops, the owner works there, is there. No, unless it's a big chain. But local pizza shop, and you go to the guy and you're like, dude, my sub is jacked up. Now, what is most pizza shop owners going to do? Are they going to tell you, well, too fucking bad, like it? You're just a racist, shut up. Eat your sandwich, shut up. Or what's really going to happen? Sir, I'm so sorry. Here's a refund and I'll make you a brand new fresh pizza. I'm so sorry that it came out wrong. You know, maybe the oven was wrong or a new employee or whatever. I'm so sorry. Give me 10 minutes. I'll make you a new fresh pizza and give you a refund and give you a fresh pie. No arguing, no fucking slick mouth bullshit, none of that. I'm sorry. I fucked up. Here's a fresh pizza. That's what you do. Instead, everybody at Disney thinks they have this fucking, that they can go run on their freaking slick mouths. It's insane. Brain tumors were such a crucial plot point, then George would have put it in the movies. Yeah. That's why I say, like, I don't know that the chips, it could have been a spell from Palpatine. It could have been just something they were, I mean, you can brainwash people. If they were brainwashed from birth, right? They're trained every day and brought up under this environment. They might not have a chip. I think that's Dave trying to be clever. Like, well, how would he do that? It must be a chip in their brain. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm not saying that George didn't say that, but I have no proof that he did. He gave us no indication of it in the movie. The only thing he showed us was that they follow orders. And I always took it as they were trained to obey that order if it came up, not that there's a chip. You know, that's the thing. Like, Filoni made it to where they had no choice. They're just following orders because of the chip is making them. I never believed that. I believe that they were trained that if that order comes, it's just like a hypnotist can do that. A hypnotist can hypnotize you and give you a like a trigger word, okay? And even years later, that they could say that trigger word and a person will freaking like snap and go off and do some shit. That's how I always took it. You know? And I cannot trust Dave Filoni because he showed me time and time again that he lies, that he screws up canon, that he wasn't paying attention to what George was telling him. It's a freaking mess. So, again, I'm not saying that it's not true. I don't have any proof, but I certainly don't have any proof of George saying, yes, they had chips. So, take it as you like. That the lighting situation of Bad Batch was to make the clones seem more diverse. Yes, but I thought they were going to like adjust the skin tone. Like the show, I noticed, I'm looking at episode 4 and it's like really freaking dark. Maybe it was tired, maybe, I don't know, but it seemed like the overall show was really dark. So I don't know what's up with that. I mean, I know that they said they were going to adjust some of the lighting and do some stuff, and they were bending the knee because all these people, these snowflakes, got angry because, oh, they look white and blah, blah, blah. But the solution is not to make the show dark. The solution is to fix the artwork. But Disney, I guess, wanted the simple solution, just make it darker. Why did any of them look different than Django to begin with is beyond me, but okay. Extinction of the Jedi was like, I felt like they didn't expect to be called Order 66 and the clone army killing them. Yeah. So you want to be a Jedi, huh? Them dried fruits, peanuts. A lot of them throw a bitch fit about it when they got their answers. The bad bitch. Everybody says that. When I was asking the question, I meant to put question, not. So then, no, I didn't at all. I figured you were asking you. They aren't white. Well, no, they're supposed to be Django. But in earlier episodes, if you look, they're pretty light skinned. Clone 99 is what I thought the rest of the band. And that's literally the point. That's what George came up with. But Filoni was like, I'll make them mutants instead of defective hunchbacks. I'll make them mutants, and they'll have all these special powers. And oh boy, I swear, man, if he says that Omega has the Force, now clones are picking up the Force or have him in a clone. I mean, come on, dude. Clones were Hispanic? No. Django's Tamora Morrison's from New Zealand. Jedi Sith twins from KOTOR has a corrective lens for one of his eyes when half of his face got severely damaged by an explosion. Also, an old Star Wars EU Sith Lord had permanent eyewear, I recall. And those are canon. Like I've said 1,000 times, EU is never canon. So that's irrelevant. EU is just an open world, so... Which goes back to what I've told you also. Mandalorian isn't canon. Because it breaks lore 1,000 times. So... That's a game developer, that's authors doing their own thing. There are no glasses in Star Wars, not in canon. So it just goes back to support what I've said many times. The EU is never canon. Maori, yes. That's why he has that skirt in Bando. It's not a skirt, but you know what I mean. From Australia, New Zealand. I've been wondering about Mando 3. What makes you think it won't happen? First of all, where do they go? They got nowhere to go. They took Grogu. The whole show, the whole point of everything was Grogu. So now the show's over. They're going to do the whole Bo-Katan thing. What are they going to do? She's going to fight Mando? When in Rebels and in Clone Wars, she didn't have to fight anybody? It's so stupid. So now she's going to have to fight somebody, and she's going to fight, of all people, Mando. They got nowhere to go. Plus, you've lost Gina Carano. Plus, Pedro Pascal signed a deal to do the what's that damn video game? The Last of Us 2. He's doing a movie, and in the movie contract it states that is the priority over every other production that he could work on. So he's not even going to be free for like 2 years to do. There's several reasons. So, not to mention, Boba Fett will come out, and okay. Also, instead of them having it ready and already at least in production, no, they haven't even started it. You should have that thing back to back. Now you're going to make people wait 2-3 years for the next season. Dumb. People are long going to forget that show. Then you got Boba Fett coming. As soon as the Boba Fett show comes out, everybody's going to forget about Mandalorian, and then you compound that with Obi-Wan, and you compound that further with Andor. Mando's going to be a long-lost, forgotten thing. And remember, Grogu is gone. The whole reason people watch that silly show. I very much doubt that it's going to happen. I would be shocked if we see a season 3 of Mandalorian. Will it happen? We'll see, but I would be shocked. Even allow for his head to fit into a stormtrooper helmet. Group of messed up clones, despite having handicap, they can work with what they got, and we'll let any of the other clones get them down. Yeah, I mean, that was really the premise of a Bad Batch. But again, Dave decided to make them, we'll make them X-Men. Hunter can feel electromagnetic waves from across an entire planet. Right. Anakin couldn't do that. Luke couldn't do that. Yoda couldn't do that. But Hunter, a defective clone. Okay, Dave. Rangers of the New Republic. Yeah. Yeah, I would be very shocked if we see a Mando season 3. Like the ones that would be worshipped by the regular clones. what you said about George said on glasses are any other variations of eyewear in the vast with different needs of various species and tech. Yeah. Yeah, and again, I'm not saying that there can't be any kind of like eye protection or, you know, special cases. Again, George didn't get specific. He just said that as a general rule, there's no glasses in Star Wars. And I always took it as, you know, reading glasses, seeing glasses, not binoculars, not enhancers, not wind protection, not, you know, you work in a acid chemical plant, you know. So, and I always go by what George says. When the Clone Wars are mentioned in A New Hope, were the clones always supposed to be the army of the Republic? That I don't know. None of us knew anything about them because they were just a mention. I don't know how much George knew or planned out the Clone Wars. He maybe didn't, only just kind of had an image or idea of them and then really worked out the kinks with the prequels. I don't know. Maybe his little notebook, he had the whole thing. I don't know. But I do know that Boba Fett was a big linchpin in the whole thing. Because he killed Boba Fett. He himself said, if I would have known that Boba Fett was so popular and beloved, I would have gave him a more glorious death. Therefore, when it came time to make the Clone Wars, who did he pick to be the template for all the clones? Boba fucking Fett. So we know that that part wasn't planned out because he didn't know that a lot of us were going to react that way to Boba. But as far as what he had planned out or thought out or in his little notebook, I have no clue. I suspect that he just had like general ideas, and then when he started making the prequels, he started really thinking like, okay, what are these going to look like? What's going to happen? And that's where he's like, Boba Fett. I'll make Jango his dad. There'll be a new bounty hunter, and then it'll make sense. There's the template, and that's the redeemer for Boba. I can't bring Boba back, but I can make 1.2 million Boba Fetts. So there you go. Dooku was caught by surprise when Sidious ordered Anakin to kill him. Correct. I very highly doubt, and again, you guys know me. I go by canon. I don't care what the book, comic, whatever. It's not that I don't care. I look at that stuff. But at the end of the day, if we're gonna, debate, argue, fact find, talk about concrete, put down the gavel, canon. And we saw the films, and Dooku didn't know what the fuck was going on. He got played. So, by what we saw, no chance in hell did he know about Order 66, which trickles down to the original question, statement. Jango would have no clue. All Jango did was get paid, and he was probably flattered, like, oh, you're going to make a whole clone army after me? Well, I must really be a badass. So, not that he didn't know, because, well, this is also in lore, not canon, but in lore, like, with his bare hands, he killed, like, 7 Jedi, so. But that's lore. Because as we saw in canon, Mace Windu made short work of Jango Fett, so. But yeah, I mean, you have to go by canon. And canon, Dooku didn't know. Dooku was like, shit. So, just think it through. If he would have known, he would have tried to kill Sidious, which is what all Sith try to do anyways, and he would have known how to trigger the clones to be his army. Dooku wasn't looking at the big picture like Palpatine. I mean, he was, but not quite as big. Like, here's the Republic's vision. The Jedi's vision was a little bit bigger. Dooku was looking at this, and Sidious was like looking at this. Well, again, a lot of that is lore because we don't know how much of a relationship they had. But in Clone Wars and comics and shit like that, Sidious and Tyrannus had a lot of conversations and they became friends, and that's why Tyrannus joined with Sidious, one of the Fallen 20. Fallen or Lost 20, I forget what they call them. fallen, I believe. But yeah, I mean, what you see is Dooku didn't know what was going on. He was just as surprised as we were. Hello there on YouNow. I'm just checking over here if anybody's talking. Anyways, I'm focused on YouTube, but if you guys chat, I do check back and forth, so. Not all the regulars. Where's Dead Girls? Where's Idana? How in Season 6, the Jedi finally figure out Palpatine is working with both them and the Separatists, and they just ignore it and let the war continue. Dave Filoni, that's how. You saw the movies. You saw Canon. The Jedi were totally caught off guard. They did not know. Dave Filoni. Oh, look. I know, but I won't say anything. So freaking stupid. Exactly. Exactly. And that's why I hear people say the Jedi were irresponsible. They were assholes. They didn't know what they're doing. Yeah, because you're watching Dave's stupidity. You're not paying attention to canon. It's not that the Jedi were stupid. It's that Sidious was that sneaky and powerful that he had a shroud over his evil. Remember, from George Lucas's lips, Darth Sidious, Emperor Palpatine, is the devil. Okay? He literally says that. So just like the devil, he's hidden right in plain sight, and you don't know it. You know his actions, you know his deeds, but you don't see him. He's right in front of you at all times, and that's the point. Remember that line that May says, I think it's time we tell the Senate that we've lost our ability to defend the Republic. I think it's word for word the quote. Because even them, they're like, holy shit, if we didn't see this right in front of us, then there's a problem. Now, I always thought it was kind of weird. Like, why would the Jedi answer to the fucking Republic? But that also shows how righteous and responsible they are, because they were willing to go to the Senate and be like, hey, we, or at least May suggested that, hey, we have to be humble here, that we, But then remember Yoda, I don't remember what he says exactly, but he's like, hold on, not quite yet. Let's see what's going on here. But you remember May said that. Lucas knew what he was doing. Every piece of dialogue had a meaning. Not meeting, a meaning. Why the clones say it will be done, my lord, to Sidious in episode 3. They have a chip. Do the clones know he is a Lord Sith? Did they learn that in their training? Yeah, it's hard to say. I don't know the definitive answer, because most people were like, well, Dave Filoni, the Clone Wars showed you. And like I said, fuck Dave Filoni. He's a liar, and he's a freaking goon. He makes mistakes all over the place and breaks his own continuity. Never mind George's, never mind Star Wars. So I don't care what Dave has to say. He's a fake. He's a fraud. So I don't give a damn what Dave Filoni has to say. So I don't have the definitive answer, because we would have to ask George. And for what it's worth, Roberto, I know that English has to be your second language, because sometimes the way you type. So in case you don't know, my lord isn't necessarily specific to a Sith Lord. That's something that people would say more in ancient times and more so in Europe. But, my lord is like a woman could say to her husband, a servant could say to a master. So it's not necessarily specific. It could have been a generic, like, yes, my lord. Yeah, like saying, yes, boss. Yes, chief, is what I'm saying. So we can't assume that he meant it like, yes, Sith Lord, Darth Sidious, yes, Emperor Palpatine. He just said, yes, my lord. So he could just be saying it like, yes, boss. Plus, why would Cody recognize Palpatine? it wouldn't have been smart to either with a chip or by brainwashing show Palpatine's face. Okay? If somebody were to discover that chip, they could study the chip and see Palpatine there, and then that whole thing would fall apart. So it wouldn't be in the chip. If it were in programming, brainwashing, hypnotism, you also run the risk of someone hypnotizing or a Jedi mind tricking that clone and revealing that it's Palpatine. So to me, the clones had no idea that it was Palpatine or what he looked like. All they knew was the trigger words, Order 66. And just like in hypnotism, you give the right trigger word and you can have a person do whatever. So that's how I always took it. Again, I don't have the definitive answer because I have not heard from George either way. I'm just going by knowing canon and seeing what I saw and knowing Dave Filoni's bullshit that they wouldn't know what Sidious looked like. So it wasn't that he was responding to Sidious in that hologram. Yes, my lord. That it wasn't him like acknowledging Sidious, like, oh yes, boss, I recognize you. I'm going to do what you say. All Cody and the clones know is execute Order 66. And in fact, I don't think that Order 66 would have done it. He had to say execute Order 66. And again, I don't have the definitive answer because I don't know what George would say is the final word on that. But he always told us what we needed in the films, and if we see the canon and what it is, then Sidious was smart. Remember, he kills off all the CIS. He kills off all the Jedi. He takes over the Senate. Why? So there's no trace coming back to him. Really, Jango, had he not gotten decapitated by Mace, he would have killed off Jango. He would have had to, because Jango's the template of all the clones. So he most definitely would have had to dispatch Jango at some point. So that actually worked out in his favor. He didn't have to deal with it. Now, I would assume that Sidious knew Jango had one clone unaltered. So maybe in a George Lucas deep cut side story, Sidious would be hunting down Boba Fett or keeping an eye on Boba Fett, if nothing else. Because he was eliminating all connections to those clones. Because those clones then lead to other connections to the Trade Federation and to his past and everything else. And that was the point. He was wiping out all the connections. So I don't know the specific answer. To me, they were brainwashed. They were programmed. I don't believe the chip thing. But I can't say that it's not true because I don't know. Hello there again. 7 to 10 burps. Really give it some effort. Can't ever seem to say the words I'm sorry or please. Yeah? I would order my NotMyStarWars. Well, I use that analogy because that's how when you're the owner of a business, that's how you're supposed to treat people. You don't argue with them. You don't insult them. Your order was messed up. I don't care if it was a print order of magazines or your pizza or, your lawnmower repair. If something's not right, you're not supposed to argue and bitch and blame that person and you're just a racist. No. You shut the fuck up and you fix it. You make it right. Period. And you apologize and you give a gift certificate for the next time and a refund. That's what you do. So that next time that person says, you know what? That pizza was fucked up. But he cared. And he made it right. And when you make things right, and when you apologize and you acknowledge that you fucked up, then people are willing to say, okay, dude, it's cool. We're all human. We make a mistake. But when you start fucking running your fucking mouth and doing all that cute shit that Disney wants to do, well, naturally, we're going to get pissed off. Because you don't talk to people that way. Especially not your freaking customers that are paying you to freaking stay in business. How stupid. And it doesn't take like a business expert, a genius to know this. You freaking made cookies. If the cookies are bad, you make a fresh batch and you say, I'm sorry. That's it. End a conversation. And then that person's fine. Cool. No worries. Most people, most times, are willing to deal with a failure, a mistake, something broken or wrong, as long as you're willing to make it right. Admit that you made a mistake, not that you did it on purpose, not that you just, I fucked up, I'm sorry, I goofed. Admit that you made a mistake, apologize, and make it right. That's all you have to do. And people will come back. Sometimes they'll come back even stronger because they see your ethic. They see that even when the shit hits the fan, that you didn't freak out and are cussing me out because I'm like, dude, your pizza's fucked up. No. You made it right. And Disney has 9 years to make it right. And what do? They continue to serve crap-ass pizza and blame you for it. Didn't notice the Kiwi accent and Polynesian appearance on the clones Jango Fett and mistaking them for Hispanic. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's me, but it was kind of obvious from the start. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of it is your upbringing, and it depends. When I say upbringing, not that you're brought up in a bad way or good way, but if you were born in like, I don't know, Wisconsin, and you've never left your neighborhood, then you might not really know. Like I've traveled the world since I was a child. Even when I was a baby, I flew to Argentina. I've been to other countries, so I know a little bit more about the world. So when I heard Django talk, I knew he was like Australia, New Zealand, something like not Australia. I figured not Australia, but somewhere. And then being a Star Wars nut, obviously, I started digging around. But yeah, I mean, he definitely has an accent, and he definitely doesn't look like a white dude. So I always thought it was conditioning from Camino. It's like Bucky Barnes and Winter Soldier. Yeah, that's how I always took it. And again, I don't have all the answers, guys. I'm going by an intelligent, logical research and maintaining canon and thinking like George Lucas and remembering that he shows you what you need to see. He gives you the dialogue you need. So when you want to start speculating and inventing and trying to justify shit, then you come up with shit like a chip. When it could have just been just as easy as they're there from birth, they're constantly programming these kids. There's no need for a chip. They're brainwashed. This isn't the Kaminoans' first dance, understand? If they were able to make 1.2 million Boba Fett's, it's because they know what they're doing. So, to me, they were just brought up that way. How would they know what the order? And this is the thing. I don't have proof either way, but it always goes back to canon. What we saw in the film is what counts. And in the film, there's no talk of chips, lips, dips, or chips, or crips, or any trips, or anything else. There's clones that were educated at educated and grow at an accelerated rate. Right? That's what they tell you. That's what George shows and tells you. So we have to go by that, period. Not, some comic book, not Cowboy Dave, what George showed us. Order is, how would they know what the order is and also implement it at the same time if it wasn't something like a chip? Because they're all brainwashed. You do know that hypnotists can hypnotize an entire room. So if you, from a baby, from an embryo, are being given messages and studying, and remember what we see the clones doing. We see them all eating together, right? They all eat the same meal at the same time, in the same way, in the same clothing, and they're all the same. And we see them with the headphones, and they're all being some of it's probably subliminal, but they're being educated. You don't know what they're listening to. And when you have something drilled into your head from when you're an embryo, you don't need a chip. Millions of people believed in Hitler, didn't they? Millions of people believe in U.S. presidents, don't they? Under the assumption the clones were mind manipulated. Yeah, I think so. I think from not only childhood education, but then a little bit of Sith magic. Yep. To me, there's no evidence of any chip or dip or lip or crip in the canon Star Wars. Cowboy Dave. From a few of the clones, one clone's chip even malfunction. Where? In Dave's fanfiction. I like that people keep telling me that George and Mark love stupid trilogy, even though there's no evidence of that. On the contrary, they've both said that they don't. George said it in code. Mark Hamill told us like 1,000 times, like, holy shit. If you haven't seen it, I mean, there's tons. I've shown you guys stuff too, but if you haven't seen it, there's a video out there all 50 plus times. Mark Hamill tried to warn us, and you can hear him. He's like, if you were thinking you're going to see your childhood, forget it. All that matters is making money. It's, you know, he tells you over and over and over all these things that, like, holy shit. The clones were drilled on a list of executive orders during their training, and as they were genetically altered to be strictly obedient, that they would follow an EO without question, with no chip. EO. Execute orders? Not sure what you mean by EO, but yeah. Oh, I forgot. I got my recorders just going on and on. Hold on a second. I totally forgot to stop that sucker. As a matter of fact, I'm not even going to save that crap. Yes, go away. I'm not sure what you mean by EO. Maybe it's just not popping in my head. But yeah, I mean, again, they were brainwashed from little. They were meant to be obedient. You know, you've got. They're in a controlled environment. From birth, they're taught certain things specifically, and they're designed to be obedient, to double up on that impact, right? So you could tell them banana, and they're going to obey banana. Plus, they're programmed to want bananas their entire lives. So, absolutely. Again, there's no reason for a chip. That's Dave trying to make shit up to try to explain it. And then, well, I'm going to make these cartoons, so how can I explain this and like drag out all these episodes and make it sense for the clones? And see, this is the thing. Dave is not a creative or smart guy. He just knows a bunch of little Star Wars things, and he knows how to just like throw shit out there and make a loose story. So he was looking at, okay, well, the clones would have been brought up that way. So now how do I make a story out of this? Well, I don't know, because I'm not that clever. Well, but if I make a chip, then it's easy to manipulate them. And I could just say that the chip gets burnt up, or that some of them remove the chip, or that some of them, they can intensify the chip, or they have to follow orders. You see, it makes it much easier to work around and to create other episodes off of when you've got a chip, instead of having to be clever and be like, oh, they were, brought up this way, they were hypnotized, they were programmed. Now you got to start being clever, because how do you do that? How do you manipulate them? Dave is always looking for that easy, explainable thing. But what happens is you're contradicting what pre-exists. And once you do that, now you have to go back and explain all the shit that you've contradicted. That's the problem with Dave freaking Filoni. He doesn't think back or forward. He's only thinking about, right now I need to find a solution for this question. So that's what he does. And you can't do that in Star Wars. If you're going to be presented with a question, then you must know Star Wars to the effect of, okay, let's sit down and think about this, because I need to consider 36 plus years back, and how is this going to affect in the future? And if I own the sequel trilogy outlines, then I need to sit down and be like, okay, well, this is what's got to happen. So now I got to think of everything in between episode 6 and episode 7. How is that all going to coincide with what is going to happen through 7 through 9? But they were like, Yoda, whatever. Force, the clones are Force attuned. No. They better not make Omega Force sensitive. It's freaking stupid. No, the Force is like life. It flows through everything. The rocks, the trees. But that doesn't mean you have the Force. It just means that it's like air. It goes through everything. It's like cells and atoms. It's everywhere. It goes through everything. But that doesn't mean that, while you can just, float rocks. No, that's not how that works. If it were that simple, everybody would dunk from the foul line like Michael Jordan. There's a reason why Michael Jordan is that way, because he's special. Like Luke, like Anakin, like so many others. Honestly, it makes zero sense why the Empire would stop clone production. Literal soldiers trained from birth and meant to follow orders without question. Because they deteriorate. That's the problem, is they deteriorate. And you run the risk of their programming snapping. What if, for some reason something triggers them where their programming breaks and now they're all against you? As opposed to soldiers that willingly join up for your army, you understand? Are choosing to fight for you. So that's why Palpatine got rid of them. Mostly because of their deterioration, which makes the sequel trilogy even more ridiculous, because in lore, Palpatine, with exact deliberance, got rid of the clones for stormtroopers. And here we are, where he's cloning Snoke and everybody else, including himself. Phony baloney. What do you want me to tell you? Dave Filoni. I agree with you. Don't get me wrong. When I first saw that, I was like, man, you could just clone endless, like, loyal, But in lore, it says that Palpatine gets rid of them because they are unreliable. They degenerate. They deteriorate. And it became a problem. So Palpatine was like, screw that. And remember that they age twice as fast. So now a 20-year-old is 40 years old. So how much lifespan do you get out of the soldiers? 20 years, 30 years at best. Not even 30 years, because it'd be 60. He's not going to be fighting on the battlefield. Whereas, so you get 20 years out of a clone. Whereas a soldier, you could get 20, 30, 40 years. You know what I mean? Because he's not deteriorating. He's aging, but not deteriorating. Big difference. I was close. Yeah, and when I first heard his voice, I knew it was maybe Australia, New Zealand, but when you really listen for a minute, him talking, you can tell he's not Australian, is what I was trying to say, if that didn't make sense earlier. But when I first heard it, I knew, maybe he's Australian, or in real life, in a convention, one occasion he walked next to me, I was like, oh, a clone in real life. Decided to give him space, yeah. Seems like a pretty cool dude. Yeah. Commander Cody almost became a villain in Star Wars Rebels. Dave Filoni was driving that show. It's like removing the mechanical bunny from a Greyhound race. Correct. Without Grogu, you've got nothing. That whole show was Grogu. Nobody gives a goddamn about Din Djarin. Be real. Even like the hardcore, like, I love Mandalorian. What are you guys doing? You're making his suit and his helmet so that you can walk around as Mando. You're not cosplaying Din Djarin, the guy in the suit. Every girl I know is like, oh, dude, why'd you take off your helmet? You were much better when you were mysterious with the helmet. Nobody gives a goddamn about Din Djarin. And we all know that. So what do you got? Grogu. That's why all the guest appearances, because nobody gives a goddamn about Din Djarin. Last of Us, yes. Lightened clone skin tones was surely aimed at avoiding racist disgust from the Chinese market. Yeah, well, how'd that work out for them? They're so stupid. Disney's so freaking stupid. They just keep pounding on the wall like, come on, China, come on. And they just keep banning their shit and not watching their shit. You just heard them. We've got Shang-Chi and blah, blah, blah. And ain't nobody going to watch Shang-Chi, especially not in China because it's banned. Did he mention that? No, he didn't. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna. I really very highly doubt we're gonna see a Mando season 3. And it's not me like, I don't want it, I don't know. No, I'm being realistic. The data, the research, the experience. You're not gonna see Mando 3. It's not gonna happen. Watch when Book of Boba Fett happens. You all are. Everybody's just gonna totally. Who did what? Mando? Who? What? Who? You should have just made a freaking Boba Fett movie and/or show from the beginning, Disney. You should have just made a Boba Fett fucking show from the beginning, Disney. But you didn't want to have to give George 25%. Well, 25% of billions of dollars, you know, as opposed to 100% of Thank you for subscribing. Small time. Do they really want 2 shows with the look alike Bounty Hunters? Correct. Listen, everybody's going to see Boba Fett. Remember, oh, he's a badass. There was a reason he was the best bounty hunter in the galaxy. You're going to see Tamora and have those memories of the Clone Wars and the prequels. And believe me, everybody's going to forget all about Din Djarin. Disney did it themselves. Canon, whatever. Yes. Maz Kanata, a.k.a. But yes, I call her asshole eyes. Wears something like glasses. Well, but that's Disney fan fiction. And I don't know if she needs them or they. I guess they are because they do look like her eyes get bigger. Her brown eyes get bigger. Oh, pun intended. Oh, I feel like there's a reason why people hated the prequel trilogy. I feel like there's a reason why. What reason? I know people try to find reasons all the time. Personally think Boba being digested by the Sarlacc was fitting death. I never believed that he died in an EU, and a lot of mentions that he always gets out. I know a lot of people are like, this is the thing. You see Dooku die. There's no question. Mace, okay, you didn't actually say, but dude, he lost a hand. He's in shock. Anakin just betrayed him. He's double in shock. He gets electrocuted. He gets thrown out of a window while with lightning above Coruscant, which is 5,000 plus levels down, coming down with traffic. He would have been like boom, 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 hit 1,000 times on the way down. And even if he smacked pavement from that height, he became a grape. Mace Windu died. Be real. Palpatine, you see him blow the fuck up. Pretty much every death in Star Wars, I mean, you can't argue it. Boba Fett, all you see is him roll into that pit. Boba Fett has all kinds of gear, armor, weapons, gadgets. So, to me, no fucking way did Boba Fett die. Because he wasn't injured. He wasn't shocked. He wasn't stunned. He wasn't even caught off guard. What happened is, and it used to be on the Star Wars website, I don't know if it still is, those jetpacks are sensitive to getting knocked. And that's all that happened, is jetpack got hit by that freaking club, which activated it, and he went flying, and he bumped into the side of the thing, but he wasn't like knocked out or concussion or anything. He just hit the side of the thing and rolled in. 2 seconds later, he would have got his bearings and freaking... He's got a flamethrower. He's got a grappling hook. He's got thermal detonators. He's got all kinds of gadgets. He's got vibro blades. I mean, he's Boba fucking Fett, dude. I don't believe for a second he died in that Sarlacc. Now, if he was in there for a while, okay. But within 3 minutes, Boba Fett would have found some sort of solution, something. He would have got out of there. Stunned the Sarlacc, whatever. I personally don't believe he died. And again, you don't really see it to be like, okay, he died. Everybody's like, oh, he went down the Sarlacc, that's it. Not necessarily. Have you ever eaten something and then thrown it back up? There's people that literally swallow mice or goldfish and puke them back up. So it can be done. In fact, didn't what's-his-face do that? Steve-O? Do that dumb shit. So there's no reason to assume Boba died just because he rolled into the Sarlacc. Not the best bounty hunter in the galaxy. Nope. Now, if the Sarlacc had, like, Rancor, like, okay, he got chomped. I get it. But the Sarlacc was just a big... Right? So, just falling into the belly of the Sarlacc. Hell, they made Mando go into the freaking belly of a greater crate dragon, right? And he blew it up. He flew out with the electricity. So if Mando can do that, believe me, Boba Fett can get out of the Sarlacc. Boba Fett never dies, dude. He'll never die. In episode 1, there's a kid and he talks. In episode 2, there's even more kids and they all talk. Episode 3, episode 3 is the good one because only one kid talks, he dies, and all the kids in the movie die. I guess you're right. That's funny. I was wondering, is skeptical of Mando season 3. They aren't in production. Correct. I'll come back to that in a second. I'll bet Disney will try to pick it up too late, and the Baby Yoda, whatever, is no longer relevant as a cash grab. Yeah. That's the thing. You need to capitalize on things. And this whole thing of putting Mando off for 2 years and doing a Boba Fett show on top of it, like the literal contradictory, better, real Mandalorian, like, what are you doing, Disney? If you didn't use Boba from the beginning, why the hell did you do that? Oh, because the Mando wasn't doing that great now, was it? Oh, now we know the truth. Because if Mando was doing that great, no chance in hell were they going to bring in Boba Fett. They had to bring in Boba Fett, just like they had to bring in Bo and Ahsoka and all that, because the Mando is not doing that great. I know there's a lot of people that like it, but the numbers don't lie, and there's no way they would have made a Boba Fett show if the Mando was that successful. So obviously it wasn't. Which is funny, because, like, what was it just days ago? 3 days ago or whatever, they just said they're still filming and in production of Boba Fett. They haven't even begun Mandalorian. So number one, they haven't begun Mandalorian. And number two, I made a video a while ago, Ryan Johnson, and I said he might be doing Boba Fett stuff and not Mandalorian, because everybody's like, oh my God, I heard he's going to do a Mandalorian because of Soraya Wilson with her rumors. And I said, maybe he's actually going to do Boba Fett. And I showed you the proof, because in that interview a long time ago, he said, I would like to do something with Boba Fett. And I got some shit that the show is already done filming. How can that even happen? Well, number one, I didn't say that it was happening right now. He could have filmed that months ago. And number two, guess what? They're still filming as of 2-3 days ago. So guess who was right? Again. I went to a job interview on Friday and they said, tell us about yourself. I said, I'm just a simple man trying to make my way in the universe. They didn't seem to get it. Does it say universe or galaxy? I always forget. I want to say he says galaxy, doesn't he? Spaghetti at the wall. Yep, that's exactly what they did. Just throw shit at the wall. Hopefully something will work. That's what Mando season 2 was, guys. Don't think that they had it all planned out and yeah, we're gonna interweave and we've got the whole story and continuity. No, they were like desperate, like shit, this shit is not working. People did not fall for that Crate Dragon bullshit. We got to do something. So then they start pulling out Bo and this and the other and Jon Favreau, I can show you right now the freaking article. I have the proof. He says Luke was a last-second decision and idea. He was not planned. One thing I can confirm that they did have planned was Ahsoka. Before season 1 even began production, they planned on Ahsoka. How fitting, Dave Filoni. You didn't think about or plan shit, but you knew you were going to bring Ahsoka in, didn't you? Because Rosario admits seeing the storyboards and the images of her as Ahsoka before they began season 1. And yet Favreau admits that Luke Skywalker was a last second, not even thought of, like it just made sense at the last moment to bring Luke. So you have Ahsoka that breaks the entire fucking franchise planned out, and Luke Skywalker, who Disney from the beginning should have respected and made this whole thing about, is last second plan. That's Disney. That's Dave Filoni. That's Jon Favreau. So keep putting your faith in them. Say the Sarlacc pit was where Boba died. I can't remember if that was true or not. What he said is, if I knew people would have loved Boba Fett so much, I would have given him a more glorious death. So the assumption is that, yes, the intention was that he fell in there and that was it. But then everybody was like, what the fuck? Boba Fett! Like the second we all saw Jedi, all of us were like, what? So then he was like, ah, damn it. I didn't know you all were going to freak out like that. So then immediately he was like, well, I would have gave him a better death. Then after years, people like would pick a prod at him. He's like, well, you know, he didn't necessarily die. You know, maybe he escaped. He started hinting at shit. Then you saw it in comics and in EU. There was like 2 or 3 different versions of him escaping the Sarlacc. Now, again, like I say, EU is never canon, but there are Lucasfilm approved stories of Boba Fett escaping the Sarlacc. And then we see 1.2 million Boba Fetts running around. So if Boba Fett wasn't important, he would not have been the template for all those clones. Can you smell me? And yes, I know that Django, but where does Django come from? Boba fucking Fett. I remember when a lot of people were pissed off when Disney said that's where he died. Yeah, I mean, technically, that was the original intention, that he falls in there and he dies. I'm not arguing that. But even George was quick to say, you know, to realize, like, oops, that was a mistake. Which kind of shocks me because just from Empire, the pre-order of the toys and seeing him in Empire, I mean, George must have heard 1,000 times, like, holy shit, Boba Fett. So to have him die that way was kind of like shocking, but you have to also look at it from George's point of view. He's looking at the big picture. And while Boba Fett's my favorite and he has a massive, insane, hardcore following, in the big picture, yes, he's super important. He captures Solo. He's the best bounty hunter in the galaxy. But does he affect Anakin's arc and Luke redeeming his father? No. At least not directly, right? So what is the point of Boba Fett then? Well, one, he's badass, and Star Wars is badass. And two, because it creates hunting Solo, Carbonite, Luke going to Jabba's palace. We meet Jabba and the whole crime syndicate and the Outer Rim, and you get the understanding of that. But also we see Luke's evolution, right? From Jedi, he goes to Cloud City and gets fucked up. Why? Because of Han. He goes to Jabba's palace and puts the smackdown. Why? Because of Han. You see? So the catalyst around all of that is Han and Carbonite. How does Han and Carbonite happen? Boba fucking Fett. So he's very important. He's just not important in the grander scheme of Anakin and Luke, right? So therefore he was like, okay, well, Boba did his thing. You all see he's a badass. You saw that he captured Han. And, well, he falls in the Sarlacc. Yeah, and I think Ryan thought he was clever. Like, ooh, I'm going to set up this Jedi so that 20 years from now, Disney can be like, remember that Broom Boy kid? Oh, now he's all grown up. Blah, 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 blah. Nobody cares, Ryan. Sign up for YouNow with either Google or Facebook. Can I just use a basic? I think you can just use an email. I did. Yeah. I did. Pretty sure. Or did I use? I might have used YouTube, which is basically Google, right? The sign up, the sign in. But that's because I'm a partner and to link my YouNow to YouTube. So there's a good chance that I did actually use. But I know in the back end, when I did my partnership stuff with YouNow, it was email. And in fact, they reached me through my email. So I would have to say that probably either or. Plus, there's probably people on YouNow that don't even have a YouTube. So you have to be able to. And I think they have Facebook as well. Yeah. And YouNow doesn't cost you anything, doesn't. But you can earn for using it, and you certainly help me for using it. And remember that Wednesdays, I'll be doing that other little stream on only YouNow. My Friday show will be always primarily YouTube and simulcast with YouNow. But Wednesdays, the conspiracy, sports, whatever stream, the mystery stream will be there Wednesday evenings. But I'm pretty sure you can use Google, Facebook, or an email. Shouldn't be a problem. Palpatine should have been a clone of Sidious, and in Episode 3, when he's kidnapped by Grievous, is when Sidious takes over Supreme Chancellor. Then a clone, but why? Why be a clone? Why not be like it is? Like he's actually. What a beautiful story. He's from Naboo with Padme, who's the wife of Anakin. He manipulates the entire Senate and Jedi Order. He's secretly the Sith Lord. Why a clone? You prefer him a clone over what the trickery he did? I think it was awesome how they did it. This is part of what I don't like about the Disney crap. Disney's convincing you that a clone is now equal to anybody. Like, we can clone Anakin Skywalker. No, you cannot clone Force users. Clones are just carbon copies. They're not the original. They're not going to be special. They're just a copy. And I don't like that about Disney. Disney's trying to make them like, oh, well, clones are special now. No, clones aren't special. They're just a fucking copy. It's like I made photocopies of a piece of paper. It's nothing special. It's just a freaking copy. Have you ever seen a copy of a painting or a copy of a... Have you ever like photocopied your birth certificate or your driver's license or your high school diploma or something like that? Haven't you ever noticed how one is like nice and cardstock and embossed print, and the other one is like a piece of white with this like black and white thing? Even a nice color printer, it's like it's a copy. It's not. Do you understand? And it's the same thing. I mean, I'm not thrilled about it, but you could even argue the same thing with Boba Fett. That he's just a copy of Jango. The reason why Boba Fett is special is because we all know him, and the reason Jango and Mandalorians exist is Boba Fett. So knowing the story, the canon, the back history on and off the screen, you can't deny Boba Fett isn't badass because he's the whole fucking reason you have a Clone Wars cartoon, Dave Filoni. And Bad Batch and so many other things. So Boba Fett's an exception. But if you want to just look at it isolated, Boba Fett's just a copy of Jango. Now, he's not like the other clones because he's unaltered. So he's a more pure stock copy. Boba's superior to every last clone. But at the end of the day, he's just a copy of Jango, right? But in his day, he's the best bounty hunter in the galaxy. George Lucas said that. Darth Vader said that. StarWars.com said that. So you can't argue that one. That's canon. But it's like anything. A copy is a copy. You could have another artist, a magnificent artist, repaint the Mona Lisa, and it could be like, I mean, just 99.999. But it ain't going to be 100, baby. It is what it is. I thought Dave was trying to make it look like Mace Windu was what caused the downfall of the Jedi. Well, Bad Batch ain't over yet, so who knows? It's like a term of respect. Which part? Shoot. I say so much stuff and you guys write so much stuff. I lost on that one. Take a seat, young Skywalker. Dave, those words were what made Anakin become Darth Vader and was defeated by Leia. Yeah. Star Wars Day. Yeah, I don't I'm so busy, guys. I don't have anything like really planned but we'll hang out, celebrate Star Wars. It probably won't be as long of a stream. I say that and then 12 hours later. But yeah, I mean, if nothing else, we'll hang out some. And I did want to like make a video or do something for it, but I'm way overwhelmed right now. I have so much stuff, so I can't promise that I'll have anything like extra for tomorrow, but we will certainly, I'll fire up a stream and we'll hang out at least for a little bit, say hello and absolutely celebrate Star Wars fucking Day. It's amazing the circles people go through to try to argue with me that May the 4th is Star Wars Day. I mean, how fucking dumb are you? Yes, tomorrow we will celebrate Star Wars Day. Dooku, Kenobi, and Skywalker. This is the day you will face the evil Sith Lord, Darth Sidious, Palpatine, young Jedi, help me. That wasn't part of the plan. I would never plan with you. You should be like, I hope you keep all these silly things that you say. You should put them in a notebook because you could totally use them for your little side stories. The clones are similar to a Manchurian candidate. I want to say yes, but the truth is it's been so long since I've seen that I want to be fair, and like I always say, I want to be honest and accurate, and I cannot remember the story or premise of Manchurian Candidate right now. So it would be unhonest of me to be like, yeah, it's just like, because right now I can't even remember the premise. So I'll leave it at that. Right now I would have to refresh my mind to, I'm sure I do agree, and I'm sure, but I have to be honest. I can't even remember the premise. So for me to make that connection, it would be dishonest. I have to refresh my mind on it. We planned out what we would be doing for the last 3 years. I don't know who you are. Master Skywalker killed Dooku, you fucking liar. Yes. Andy, what's up? Hey, all. I'm with you on all the chip thing. Think it's a little silly. In my opinion, the clones were simply brainwashed, conditioned, trained. Yeah, this is the thing. There's several different types of Star Wars fans, but I see like basic. I mean, again, there's several different types. Plus, there's some that are like loose, kind of on the outside, like cosplayers or whatever. Not to say that there's not hardcore Star Wars fans that are cosplayers. Don't misunderstand. I'm just saying there's a whole group of Star Wars fans that really what they know is like, oh, I like the aliens and I dress up like them. Okay. I think on a basic level, there's like 3 types of Star Wars fans. There's guys like me that understand and love George Lucas and actual real Star Wars. There's and that includes EU and the games and all that. Then there's that middle crowd that kind of grew up with the Filoni baloney universe, Clone Wars stuff. So they cling to that because that's what they were primarily exposed to. But they still kind of get and respect the original real Star Wars. And then you got the Mickey Mouseketeers who just all they know is phony baloney or the sequel trilogy, and they're just, they don't connect the dots. They don't understand. They don't get it at all, how it's broken. So with that said, you've got 2 of those 3 segments that kind of believe, oh, well, there was a chip because, Wolf Boy told me so. You see? Instead of really focusing on where did Star Wars come from? What is his history? What is the actual story? All of this is supplements. So let me educate myself. Let me actually watch the films and pay attention and see what Star Wars actually is, the foundation. And if you watch the foundation, there's no chips in this clones. There's no chips. That's phony baloney. Dave. Was trained from birth and kidnapped as a child. Yeah. And in fact, the First Order troopers are the same thing, same premise. They're brainwashed and trained from as a child. No chip or anything like that. Or it's funny that Disney acts like there are no LGBT people in the MCU, so they add more of their own crappy characters to do that. Guess what? Bucky Barnes is gay in the comics. Listen, this whole like, is this character black? Is this character gay? This all started like 10 years ago. Because in my generation, we weren't thinking any of that. All we were thinking of is this character badass? Do they look cool? Are they consistent? Because we want our heroes, our superheroes, or even just like the girl, Mary Jane, to be consistent, not like every episode changing their mind and their skills and their attitude and what they did and they're a liar. No, we want consistency. We want badassery. We want sexy. We want, and that goes for the girls too. They want to see muscles and all that. And just well written. We weren't thinking. Listen, Spawn. I love Spawn. The premise, the character. I was back in the day looking at comics, and I remember when McFarlane first came out with Spawn. I remember some of the old covers. I remember he was a badass. And I never thought about the characters. In fact, for a long time, like Spawn, it didn't even occur to me. Same thing with Spider-Man. Like, it didn't even occur to me, like, what the guy looks like inside. I didn't care. I cared about that Spidey acted like Spidey. That Spawn act like Spawn. Later, I found out and saw them and was like, oh, okay. Well, that's cool. But I didn't give a goddamn. They were consistent, so then okay, awesome. Spawn, the movie, is one of my... I love the shit out of that movie. I think it's freaking awesome. Speaking of which, I always been thinking of movies I like. Spawn. Love that movie. It's a black dude. I never for a second thought, is he black, white, Asian, whatever. I didn't care. I cared that he was consistent and a badass. And he's both. This whole bullshit with that shit is new, man. When we were kids, James, there wasn't that. Yes, there's always been racist, and there's always been some biases, and there's always been, but in the comic book world, in sci-fi, in the nerd world, there was none of this, you know, you're gay, you're black, you're this, you're short, you're fat. Porkins is a beloved character. Like, everybody's like, Porkins! Some donut-eating freaking fat boy that probably lived in his basement when he wasn't in his X-Wing. But we all loved Porkins. That old bullshit is new. Chips or dips, or lips or crips or whatever. Trips, mips, blips. And in one Disney Star Wars film, he was raised from birth in the First Order. In a different one, he was kidnapped. Yeah, that's true. Snips. Gay characters, they have, and they make them straight or ignore them so they can act like they're the first to do it. Yes. Furthermore, in financial realm, in politics realm, in professional realms, racism, your sexual orientation, that stuff was always prevalent, especially like women couldn't get the same jobs, or gays were, you know, absconded, or if you were black, you maybe didn't have as many opportunities. But in nerd culture, since before I was born, Star Trek, and before that, nobody gave a damn. Nobody thought about that. All you cared about is, this character cool? Is this character consistent? Most people that saw the old Star Trek weren't thinking that Uhura is, oh, she's a black woman. You were like, oh, she's sexy. Oh, she's, what was she, the communications officer? She's on point. She saves her ass. She's strong and consistent and important and an equal part of the crew. And many times Spock, Kirk, they referred to her. They went to her, they counted on her, and the last thing that at least most of us were even thinking about was, oh, she's a black lady. Did we all have eyes and could see this guy's light skinned and that she was black, and the what's his face, Chekhov, was Russian, and yeah, but it was never anything that you registered or thought about or cared. You just cared that Uhura's sexy and important. There you go. That's all you needed. It was this big thing when Kirk kissed her on TV. Yeah, to the outside world. to nerd culture, we're like, okay, yeah, she's sexy and a badass. I want to kiss her too. That's how we used to think. Or at least I still do. I'm saying, or at least that's how society used to think. Yes. Bucky straight in the MCU so they can act like there's no gay characters in the MCU just to bitch about it. Yeah, well, Disney. Well, when Sidious executed Order 66, he told one, but immediately all of them knew it. Okay, you see that he tells one. You don't see all the other clones. Second, if you pay attention, there's like the commando clones on speeders and Felucia, and you hear them. And he even puts his hand to his ear, and you hear it. Execute Order 66. You see Gree on Kashyyyk. You see the hologram collapse. It'll be done, sir, my lord, or something he says, right? And he turns around and meets up with the other clone. They look at each other, and they walk up behind Yoda. And I love how Yoda's like, he flips around and whacks them both. I love that scene. Grandmaster fucking Yoda. That order goes off all over the place. You just don't. Again, George doesn't need to show you. He shows you just once is enough, but he shows you a couple of times. You hear it, you see it. Also, remember the clones all have communicators in their helmets. So Cody, he himself could say to everyone, at least if nothing else, on all of them on Utapau, and there's quite a few of them on Utapau, execute Order 66. Or as he's watching Palpatine, that same transmission is going through Cody's helmet to all the other clones. If you know about special forces, police, even like a police radio, they're all hearing the same thing. But like special forces, they often have headgear, and you're all hearing the same, right? Whether it be 4 of you or 16 of you, whatever the case, you're all on the same page. You're all hearing the same thing. So imagine way futuristic technology. All those clones are interlinked. So just one of those orders would have gone to thousands, if not millions of clones. Well, there's 1.2 million. So get it? Got it. Good. And now, if you're talking about the cartoon, I don't remember because it's been a while. And again, that's Dave Dumbass Filoni. It doesn't matter because it's not canon or make any sense anyways. It's fan fiction. It doesn't make any freaking difference. Clone Wars, I'm sorry. I know a lot of people don't. I don't hate it, but it's not Star Wars. Mark Hamill says that he told Ryan that they have to think about the fans. Ryan said, no, they don't. No, they didn't. Yeah. They have to think about a story. Yeah. Yeah. And it's the same thing. I have a pizza shop, and my ego is, well, I don't care if everybody hates my freaking pizza. I say that it has to have turnips on it because I invented the turnip pizza, and I say that it has to be that way. And everybody's pissed off. Everybody gets sick off of it. Everybody hates it. But nope, I gotta make my pizza. There comes a point where you have to bend the knee and be like, okay, I need to make the pizza that people actually want to eat. Who thinks Filoni Baloney looks like a complete tool in his refined cowboy hat? I like cowboy hats when they suit the wearer. He looks like a pale and pasty indoor kid LARPing. He's from Pittsburgh. He has no business wearing a cowboy hat. Again, I have nothing against cowboys. But did you grow up on a fucking farm? No. He grew up in Pittsburgh, guys. That cowboy hat is ridiculous. And if I were a real cowboy and saw him in the street, I'd smack that shit off his freaking head. Yeah. Mark looks like he's freaking wants to have a stroke. Poor Mark. Well, but he got himself in it. He should have on Last Jedi been like, I'm out of here. Fuck that. No worries, Sandy. Nice to see you. Baby mama. Oh, I thought you were helping the baby make a suit. Yeah, may the force be with you, buddy. Tomorrow we celebrate Star Wars Day, so pop in if you can. Don't give them ideas. Yeah. I have no idea. Super expensive. The clones, yeah. That's another thing. Why would you be paying for all these freaking clones, training, time, when you could just get loose militia off the fucking street? Palpatine's cheap, didn't you know? Glue sniffer check. I don't know. Is there any glue sniffers around? It tends to be some that pop into my streams. Oh boy. Too funny. We haven't seen any shenanigans today. It's nice. See how much fun we have. Nobody's getting hurt. Nobody's being bothered. I have enlightened many fans of why Disney has derailed himself in Disney Star Wars by using basically no PT or OT stuff, simply by saying 25% of royalties go to George if they use his IP. Yep. That's one of the biggest problems, is they don't want to have to admit that George made this shit and give him credit for it, and much less pay him. Glue sniffer. Y'all a bunch of glue sniffers, regurgitation. Model airplanes and rockets, yeah. We will never see real Boba Fett. Yeah, unfortunately, we won't. Not under Dave Filoni. No. Not under phony baloney. You were right. Why are you throwing a tantrum? Look at you smashing your keyboard. Kylo Ren was more civilized than you. So uncivilized. Some guy with a beard I forgot the name of. Yes. I don't remember which part, but hey, that's what I do. EO is short for executive order. That is order from the top most authority figure in the chain of command, like the president. Yeah. No, I just wasn't picking up on the acronym at that moment. First days, yeah. I bet there are kids who don't even know who Obi-Wan is. Sometimes, guys, like, and I'm not complaining or like blaming anybody. Like, I come into a stream with a line of thought, and that's not to say that it can't deviate. I'm just saying, like, I have my own thoughts, life, video editing, channel, Star Wars, other stuff, you know, women, dinner, you know, a million things on my mind. And then I come in, and you all are like, ping, 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 like, I saw this, and here's a quote, and I have this question, and what about that? And it's like, and again, I love it. Don't get me wrong, but sometimes, like, my mind is like going all over the place, and I'm thinking of YouNow, and I'm thinking of YouTube, and it's like, sometimes I can't pick up something that you say because I'm just like, man, I'm all over the place right now. Yeah. I heard in many years, yes. Because the Jedi didn't detect him, then why did Grievous kidnap him? Sidious? Palpatine? Because he's the Chancellor. What do you mean, dude? He kidnaps him because he's the Chancellor. So there's fear of controlling the Senate. At least that's what they're trying to show you. I mean, I'm assuming you know that Sidious told him to come get him and make it look like he got kidnapped. Well, you know what? To be fair, to be absolutely fair, I don't think that Dooku knows. He knows about Sidious. But does he really know who Sidious is? No, I really doubt it. Because, again, we have to go by the movies of canon. So we have to say that, no, Grievous does not know who Sidious is. So Grievous is going under order from Sidious and or Dooku. Probably Dooku, because Sidious would always been staying kind of away. right? It's possible that he gave a direct order to Grievous, but I think probably Sidious gave Dooku a plan. Dooku tells Grievous, hey, capture this Chancellor because it gives us this position and this pawn. Grievous, under the pretense of being clever and under order from Dooku, goes and captures Palpatine, not knowing that he's also Sidious. I don't think that Grievous would have known. Listen, there's only one person that knows who Sidious is. And that's why he loses his head. Can you dig it? Luke's mom, Padme, she's got a great ass. Not nice, great. My dad just, I will argue she's got the best ass in all of Star Wars. Now, granted, some of the Twi'leks, we don't get a good view because of their clothing, but the Twi'leks always have great bodies. But what we actually physically see, I don't think you can argue that there's a better ass in all of Star Wars than Padme. My dad just called the C-3PO Golden Tooth and R2-D2 a flashlight on wheels. Speaking of that, I saw something in a fan film today, which I don't know if you guys know, like May 4th this year, there's like a freaking 100 fan films that came out. I don't know what would happen with these new generation. They all got sparked. There's like every time I'm looking around, I turn around, there's a freaking new fan film that's popped up, and they were all around May 4th. This year, all these kids got inspired to make fan films. Anyways, and as terrible as some of them are, and they all like, that's not how the Force works. They're all still better than the sequel trilogy. Anyways, this kid does something that Rey does that makes me just aggravates the shit out of me, and it's just so proof that you don't know how Star Wars works or lightsabers. What he does, and this is the same thing that Rey does. Are you going to be able to see this? Okay. He's holding the lightsaber, right? And instead of just hitting the button, or like Luke does, like with intent, you know, when he gets Vader in the throne room, and then he like does that, like, no, you know what I mean? And then he chucks his lightsaber. That's different. What this kid does in the fan film, and Rey does this, left hand, Kajimi, Zori Bliss is on the ground. Zori Bliss is holding the gun at Poe, right? Right now I don't remember why, but she like gets knocked to the ground, and Rey points her lightsaber, right? It's like right in Zori's face. And they have some stupid dialogue like, you know, I don't know why, but I like you. And then Rey's like, good, because we need your help. You know, some dumb shit like that. Like out of nowhere, she's like, oh, I like you. Even though she's got a lightsaber in her face. But anyways, so Rey's holding the lightsaber to her face, right? And I'll show you from a side view. And what does she do? I'm pretty sure it's her left hand. Either way. When she turns it off, what does she do? Not that extreme, but so you guys see, as she hits the button, she like retracts her arm. That's not how a lightsaber. Do you pull your arm back when you turn off a flashlight? Do you go like this when you turn on a flashlight? No, it's not a sword. You don't have to pull it back. You just click the button. Hello. Shitty ass acting, horrible directing, and where the fuck is Pablo Hidalgo and Dave Filoni that are there to maintain the lore and the continuity, and Pablo out of his fat freaking mouth, oh, well, you know, I'm there to pick up on the mistakes, like when R2's projector was backwards and blah, blah, blah. And you don't know that Rey, when she turns off her damn lightsaber, she does this? Because Daisy is completely clueless of what Star Wars is, or a lightsaber, never mind Star Wars. And you got the camera crew, the director, Pablo, freaking Dave Filoni, Kathleen Kennedy. They're all sitting there looking at this shit, and nobody fucking says anything or picks up on it. Because they're all freaking clueless. Again, when you turn on a flashlight or turn it off, maybe your hand moves a little bit, but you don't like when you turn it on, you don't like lunge forward, or when you turn it off, you don't lunge backwards. It's not a sword, dumbass. You just hit the button and the blade retracts, and Daisy literally does this. Next time you see the Rise of Skywalker, which I hope not, but the next time you see the Rise of Skywalker, Kajimi, Zori Bliss is on her ass, on her back, Rey's got the lightsaber in her hand and her face. You will see it now that I mentioned it. Too late here. Just dropped it by to say hi. I'll check the stream tomorrow. See you Saturday. Cool. Tomorrow, I'll be doing a small celebration for Star Wars Day. Wednesday, I'll be on YouNow. Friday, regular stream. When you said on the last stream, Anakin could clone 1,000 Padmes, I would. To be fair, I'd clone 500 Padmes and 500 baby Jins. Yes. Grievous kidnapping Chancellor Palpatine was planned by Palpatine. Grievous took orders from Sidious and Dooku, but Grievous didn't know Sidious was also Palpatine. Yeah, he wouldn't. As far as him taking orders from Sidious, I don't believe so. That's not in canon. What, from Clone Wars? Because in canon he does it. I don't remember them ever communicating or seeing each other. So, Grievous would be taking orders from Dooku. Palpatine would not be revealing himself to anybody except for his apprentice, Maul and Dooku. Oh, my lord. Okay, right. Correct. Yeah, that's a... So, again, Cody doesn't necessarily have a clue that that's Tyrannus or Sidious or Chancellor or anybody. All he knows is execute Order 66. A freaking banana could have said that to him, and he'd be like, okay, yes, my lord, because he's programmed, Wow. That's going to be a tough one. I don't know if you're going to make it, buddy. That's even tough for me. All 6 in one day? Yikes. He didn't. I didn't know that. Was a guy who was hypnotized to kill a political leader or something when he heard a trigger word. Okay. Yeah. Yes, you do. Bucky was cool. His show was very disappointing. Spawn, check, add it to the list. Oh, yeah. By the way, yes. That's absolutely would be on my list. Love that movie. I thought it was freaking badass. I think the effects look cool. The dude, right now, it's slipping my mind. By the way, another really awesome movie by him, if you're into him and his movies, Blood and Bone. Holy badassery in that movie. He fucks people up. If you're into fighting and like, I'm trying to remember like a classic Van Damme movie. Well, Blood and Bone with Homeboy from Spawn. He fucks people up in that movie. It's badass. Spawn, I love that movie. The special effects, the costume, the story, the premise. John Leguizamo is the clown. Love that movie. That's when fucking Marvel was making real fucking movies. Static Shock was my favorite black superhero. Yeah, there was a lot of them. Shazam, wasn't Shazam black? Or was it Shazam or another guy like him? I know one of the old, pretty sure it was Shazam, wasn't it? Maybe I'm confusing them, but live action Spawn, especially the animated, yeah. The animated was badass too. Yeah, absolutely. Man, I love that movie. That movie's so dope. I haven't seen it in quite a while, but that's one of those movies like Predator, like bang. Love that. Go-to movie. Donut eating fat boy lives in the basement, in his mom's basement. Too funny. But we all loved him, didn't we? Right? When we saw him in that X-Wing, we weren't thinking, that donut eating dumbass, he got shot because he's eating donuts. No, we're like, Porkins! It's only after that you're like, yeah, dude, you had too many donuts. That's why you got shot down. You should have been in your X-Wing practicing instead of in your mom's basement playing Rogue Squadron on your damn Nintendo. Oh, too funny. Gen Z makes me embarrassed. So many kids just make up their own logic and history. Like, no bullshit. Like, for those of you that are younger, Porkins has cosplay and action figure. I'm pretty sure there was some like comic book about him. I mean, he was, as far as like the secondary round of side characters, Porkins was big. He's like the ice cream guy on freaking Cloud City. Like, he was, you know, people cared. Porkins' lives matter. I mean, you know. Logic and history for the world just to make people who were born before 2000 look like monsters. Yeah. Kirk and Uhura was the first interracial kiss on TV. Yeah. And I know that was like news, and some people, to me, it was just like, okay, I get it. I totally get it. Smart, kind, wise, you know, awesome, badass, brave, intelligent, honest, consistent, and she's sexy. Yeah, okay, I get it. And never was I thinking of, oh, she's the black girl on Star Trek. She was just part of the crew. Now, if somebody asks you, who's Uhura? Well, then you'd be like, oh, well, she's the black girl, because you're identifying her. Not, I know that sounds bad to some people, but you know what I mean. That, like, that's, you're describing her. So that's the only time that would come up, because otherwise you'd be like the communications officer, or I think she was communications officer, wasn't she? Porkins, a Star Wars story, yes. "2001, Star Wars and Alien, and were all revolutionary for cinema. The Star Wars changed it all the most." Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not to say that Star Wars is the only thing. There was a lot of things, but nothing ever had the impact of Star Wars. Episode 3, Sidious makes sure the order goes to Cody because he's Kenobi's commander, who is the master of Anakin, so he can't turn Anakin back. Everyone else gets a copied message. I can't argue with that, and that might be part of the motive, but that's not really how I ever interpreted it. Commander Cody is commander for a reason, because he's the commander. Outside of the Jedi, Commander Cody's the leader of the clones, understand? Cody is meant to stick out. He's meant to be important. That's why he has that distinct helmet from everyone else. That's why he's orange, different from everyone else, because he's like the general, the admiral. He's the boss. Only under Jedi. So, to me, it was always Sidious is reaching his top official, Cody, because Cody, in his helmet, is going to be able to radio, if not retransmit that same order to all the clones. Now, granted, again, we do see one or two other scenes where, for example, I'm pretty sure the clone pilots that get Plo Koon see, or you at least hear it, execute Order 66. I'm pretty sure you see a little hologram in there. It's been a while since I looked or paid attention. So it's not to say that only Cody gets the transmission And who knows, they might be like a reloop, like you're saying. But to me, I always took it as he's Commander Cody for a reason, because he's the man. You know what I mean? So that's why he would have gotten this first direct order, is because Cody would distribute that to everyone. I never really thought about the Kenobi connection. So, again, it's not to say that that didn't exist or that's not part of it, because it very well could be. But I'm just saying that I always took it because there's a reason he's Commander Cody and so distinct. That's what George made him stick out for a reason. What makes Holdo think Poe was a spy for the First Order? Holdo, the guy who destroyed their greatest weapon, he's definitely a spy. She probably hates him for being a man. No, she definitely does. And a better pilot, and a better soldier, and apparently a better person. Still have 10 minutes of silence. Grievous knew that Palpatine was Sidious. No, there's no reason why he would. There's absolutely no reason. In Filoni world, Mickey Mouse world, yes. But in canon, on the contrary, he shouldn't know. Because Sidious would not be revealing himself to anyone. Don't you remember Maul says, I'm paraphrasing, but basically, soon, my master, we will reveal ourselves to the Jedi. Yeah, Sidious, nobody knows who Sidious is. Maul and Dooku. That's it. In the end, obviously, the Jedi find out. Oh, excuse me. Ahsoka, who doesn't say any fucking thing. The traitor to the Republic knows. Anyways, no, in canon, there's no reason why Grievous would or should know, because on the contrary, that goes against Sidious's whole thing. He wouldn't let anybody know. Jango, Grievous, they're just tools. They're not... I think they're both badass tools. I love them both, so it's not like I'm discarding them. I'm just saying, at the end of the day, when you're Sidious, he's just a little chest, little thing, little toy. You know, Spaceballs. I didn't see you, Sidious, playing with your action figures. That's all that is. Nah, Grievous wouldn't know. On the contrary, that goes against Palpatine's demeanor, plan, everything. Hello there. Sorry for being late. Honestly, nothing really. The only curious thing is Chapek was hyping up, hey, we've got all this great stuff coming. And he said, we've got Han Solo, Boba Fett. So we don't know if he just honest mistake or if that was a Freudian slip and he spilled some beans there. I can't imagine why they would go down that Han Solo path. They've lost hundreds of millions of dollars on that one and were embarrassed. So, but he did in fact say Han Solo. Oops, Boba Fett. So, but outside of that, not really anything. Just us talking smack here. Having fun. Tomorrow we will hang out for a while for Star Wars Day. Animated fan film of Order 66. The clone chips activated and their memories are changed to make it seem like the Jedi are evil. I thought it was cool then. The Jedi's lightsaber was yellow. By the way, in Bad Batch, they take Crosshair, remember? And they put him in the machine and then they zap him. And we're intensifying the chip. Okay, first of all, if you know anything about electronics, you apply electricity like that, you burn and fry the chip. Second, if you put electricity like that to a human brain, you burn up and melt and fry the brain. So how they're shocking his brain like that and intensifying the chip doesn't even make sense. And that's just because Dave is trying to somehow justify this chip. Now, could the chip have a radio frequency? Maybe. Although it's deep in their brain through the skull, but okay, I'll give them that. But to say that you're externally zapping the chip, it's just nonsense. It's nonsense. Again, if you're sending like a radio wave, a radio frequency, okay. You know, he can pick up Wi-Fi. I'm okay with that. But that you're externally somehow triggering that chip is nonsense, because you would damage his brain, his chip. The whole thing is just dumb. Now, if he had like a little wire that came loose from behind his ear or in his ear, and you like tweezed it out and then plugged in the wire and you calibrated the chip, okay, I can even go with that. But that I'm zapping your chip inside the middle of your brain. Oh, Dave. You like digging your ditches and then you try to undig them with more nonsense. Have a vagina, you have a vagina, I like you, Star Wars. Yep, that's what it's become. You need to watch it. What are we talking about again? Oh, that's funny, because I just peeked at one today that was called Order 66, so I don't know if it's the same one. It's ironic that you mentioned that. I've been going around collecting, I have been for years, but I've been collecting more fan films, so that's why I mentioned that, like, there's a ton of new ones that came out for whatever reason this year. There's just a whole slew of new ones. Most of them are younger kids. Most of them are like Disney nonsense. Some of them are very badly made, but there's been some good ones. But there's definitely this spike of all of these fan films this year. And most of them came out May the 4th. I don't know why, but I like you. Me, because the Force is whammons. Yes, thank you for reminding me of what the script was. Written by KK. It felt like it can fit in Star Wars. Then the Jedi had a yellow saber and I'm annoyed. Yeah, I don't blame you. I can't argue with you. Yeah. I watch them again because I get clips, and I revise, and I want to keep my, make sure that I can cite the stuff that I say. I'm not just throwing a tantrum. So ridiculous. The stupid trilogy, Rebels, Resistance, Solo's girlfriend, the Mandalorian, the DeLorean, bad bitch, the High Republic. Todd McFarlane is the director for Spawn. For a new one, you mean? Because I don't remember who was on the old one. I know that old one. I love the shit out of that movie. Blade was another really cool one. Who the hell cared if Blade was black, purple, or orange? Nobody cared. It was Wesley Snipes. He was a vampire, and he was fucking shit up. Done. End of conversation. Everybody loved Blade. I feel sorry for this generation because when I grew up, man, D can attest to the same thing. The shit just had to make sense, maintain, if not complete perfect, at least for the most part, consistency. Have cool outfits, and those outfits aren't necessarily like this big, elaborate, fancy. Just, look at Star Trek. Very simple, kind of like officer or like a Navy uniform. You know what I mean? Nothing, but. And that's it. We weren't thinking about or worried about if you had pointy ears or a dick nose or, Slapshot. Yes. You know what I miss is Airplane. I love those damn movies. Yeah. Believe it or not, she is. Sulu, yeah. McCoy was white. No, I didn't either. I now know who is Scotty. Snotty beamed me up yesterday, and it was great. God, I love Spaceballs. We'll have to do a watch party for Spaceballs one day because it's just too good. I love freaking Spaceballs. And I've said it so many times. It's hilarious, sad, and ridiculous that Spaceballs, a complete spoof of Star Wars, is more respectful, more loving, more accurate, and more Star Wars than anything Disney has made. What a fucking embarrassment. Yeah, they literally it's not that it didn't make money. It lost money. Big difference. Because one, in business, first of all, okay, Disney, if they don't make like $10 billion, like, oh my God, we lost money. No, in real business, the way that it works is this. I have started zero. I make a product that costs me $10. Okay, I try to sell that product. Typically, so anybody younger, so you know, most products that you see are 2 times what it costs. So if you buy a flashlight for $10, it's because it costs $5. That's the general rule, is that you sell it for 2 times what it costs. Now, if you're buying it in the store for $10, in reality, the store bought it for $5 themselves. So therefore, the manufacturer is selling it for $5 to Walmart. That means they paid $2.50 to manufacture, and they're doubling at $5. That's the golden rule. You always sell for double. Now, ideally, you go for triple, but that's not always viable. The solid rule is you always double the cost. Okay, so if it costs you let's say $5, right, to make, and you're selling it and it bombs and nobody buys it, or you're selling it for 10 and it bombs and then you have to sell it for 6, well then you made $1. Now, most big companies would be like, we lost money because we were supposed to sell it for 10. But no, you made $1. Stop being greedy, you fucks. You made $1. It just didn't pan out like you thought. Okay, now, next level, you didn't make $1. You had to sell it for $5 that it cost you. Now you didn't make money, but you still covered your costs. And when I say costs, that's employee, materials, all of it, right? It costs you $5. Okay. You've covered your costs. So you didn't lose, you just didn't gain, but you're covered. And that, in business, if you can't come out on top, well, at least you'll cover your costs. Those in business know what I'm talking about. That's important. Solo didn't do none of that. Solo cost $500 million, and they made half of that. So I hope to God that was a leak, the Chapek said, because boy, they're going to bomb on that one too. Especially going back to the same fire. Holy dumb shits. They totally ate it. So they didn't not make money. They lost. Disney had to pay extra for the failure of Solo, understand? They didn't just cover and say, okay, well, we fucked up, but we come out zero and we'll keep moving. No, they had to pull out money and be like, oh, shit. Big difference. So it did not make money. It lost money. And that is so fucking glorious. Breaking news. Recoloring Rise of Skywalker. Color balance. Yes. If they keep on this path, they probably will. Oh, Lord. Movie's still shit, but we balance the color scheme. Yes, it'll look good. Bad bitch sounds like a name I would be called by a girl, Peggy. They say Tarantino wanted Lawrence Fishburne to be Luke Cage, but his friends kept telling him that Wesley Snipes should be Luke Cage. Then Blade was made. Huh, I didn't know that. R3 breasts. Sulu was Chinese. 3 breasts worked in Total Recall, so why not? Chekhov was supposed to be Russian, yes. He was pretty good with lists. because he would always check off everything. I thought Chekhov was French. I remember in the show they said he was French. French? He's Russian. I wouldn't be French. No, Russian, yes. Star Trek 4, The Voyage Home, they said he was Russian. Yeah, no, he's always Russian. And that was also, I mean, if it wasn't painfully obvious, that was all by design, that each crew member was distinctly from different place, different race, well, not all of them different race, but that they were all, you know what I mean, different. Man, woman, black, Asian. That was the point of Star Trek. We saw Sidious personally give Grievous an order via holographic transmission on Utapau to relocate the Separatist Council to the Mustafar system, Star Wars 3 rods, so thus the canon. Okay, I didn't remember that off the top of my head, so, but yeah, if in fact, I'm not saying that it didn't happen, I'm not doubting you, I just right now can't remember, I have to go back and look, but if indeed, and I do seem to be kind of remembering a little bit now, yeah, then that's canon. I'll be the first one to say that, absolutely. Can't argue that. You've never seen Spaceballs? What? Spaceballs is amazing, dude. That's more Star Wars than anything Disney's made. Literally, nothing, a single thing that Disney has made is more true to Star Wars than Spaceballs. So there you go. He was always Russian, yep. Yeah, he was always in a hurry to check off his list. Just looked it up. He is Russian. Well, yeah, but I could have sworn the original series. No, he was always Russian. Just don't get it. For how long can they keep that up? The thing is, the problem is that there's not enough people like me or us that are going to call them out on it. Most people are like, it could be okay. Come on, just trust the Filoni. It'll get better. And it's like, 9 years isn't enough to show you that Dave Filoni doesn't know what the fuck he's doing? I just... And they're not worried about money. It's not about money, because if it was about money, they would have stopped this a long time ago. So it's not about money. It's about pride. It's about agenda. So... you know, it is what it is. How long can they keep it up? I don't know. I think they're, like I say, have said many times, they're going to have to sell it. But not so much because of the money. Wow, that's loud. Well, apparently the replay is up if anybody cares. Not because of the money, but because of all the headache, backlash, pissed off people. They can't sell toys. The thing is, Disney isn't worried about the physical cash. They're worried about like the Pied Piper, being able to play the flute and you follow along, you go along. That's what they're looking for. They don't give a fuck about Star Wars. They don't give a fuck about money. They don't give a fuck about anything. They just want to be able to toot the horn and you, Mickey Mouse, Mickey Mouse. That's what they care about, because at the end of the day, it's like I've told you guys in other streams, money is, at the end of the day, just a tool to what? Control. True power is control. That's all money is a tool to control, because at the end of the day, money doesn't even have backing, it doesn't even have value. But because people have faith in money, they will do anything for it. And because you will do anything for it, I now control you because I have money. Understand? I could just wave money in front of you and people start acting stupid, start acting crazy. So at the end of the day, money is about control. And it's the same thing with Disney. They don't need to do it with money, though. They're doing it through entertainment and through other things. And it's ultimately about having you follow the fiddler. They're way past caring about money. And the thing is that most people don't understand is supporting the Bad Batch, or supporting buying Grogu dolls, or buying books that, even the books that say Legends, you are following the Piper. Whether you like it, whether you admit it, whether you realize it, you're following the Piper. Because the only way to truly not follow is to go to the Goodwill and buy used EU book, or get online and trade, or buy stuff secondhand, so that Disney is nowhere in the transaction. And when I say the transaction, not just the money, but the actual following. What you're following in that case is Star Wars, George Lucas. That's what you're going behind. But when you go to Target and you buy Star Wars toys, then you're just following the Piper. And at the end of the day, the ratings may be down, they may be embarrassed, they may be losing billions of dollars, but they don't give a fuck. What they care about is, look, Bad Batch, and all of a sudden everybody comes out, right? So that shows you, they got you. Remember all those videos that were getting ratioed on the Star Wars channel? And then a Bad Batch trailer came out and everybody forgot. Who, what, who, what, Gina, what? I don't remember any of that. Bad Batch! So that shows you that they play the flute and the little mice follow along. That's what they want. That's what they care about, not money. So as long as they can do that, even if they're already over $50 billion in debt, as long as they can keep playing the flute and you come back, and if nothing else, just look. Even Chapek said it. Well, we put out an episode and everybody's up at midnight waiting for it. And that's part of why they do that, because they're laughing at you that at 2 a.m. you're got to be awake to watch a new freaking Bad Batch episode. So they'll keep it up as long as people continue to come running when they put out a trailer for High Republic or Bad Bitch or Grogu. Check off. He was always Russian. Never seen the Futurama episode. I don't remember if I saw Futurama, Star Trek, Hardware Wars. Yeah, that was cool. I can't find a copy of that anywhere, man. About a year ago, I kept looking and looking and looking. I couldn't find a freaking. Apologize for Batman and Robin ruining the Batman franchise. How has Kathleen Kennedy not done that after 5 movies? She has. What do you mean not done that? She has. But again, they're not concerned with that. If they were going to fire her, they would have fired her a long time ago, because she's cost them billions of dollars. Billions. Billions. Just like the Sith. Correct. The Sith aren't concerned with little bullshit. At the end, they're looking at the big picture. They're thinking of control, of being in power. That's it. Because here's the thing. If you have a ton of money, you can push people around and be a dick and all that. But that wears off. What people truly want and why they want money is to have power over others. Understand? They want to be able to walk into a restaurant and get any meal they want. Now, they know they're not that special, but if they have a bunch of money, then they can request and demand whatever they want. Get it? So at the end of the day, money doesn't mean anything. It's about power. And that's just like the Sith. That's truly what they care about. Not spaceships or planets or armies or lightsabers. They care about power. When you have true power, you have all those things. Schumacher. Took Joel 2 movies to realize he fucked up. How has it been 5 movies and Kathy still doesn't know shit? Oh, no, she knows. In fact, she's doing it on purpose. Yeah, it does. Still acts like she's an artist fan. Episode, but it's been a while since I've seen it. How is it not on Disney Plus? Because Disney. I don't really have much choice when it comes to the Legends tag. I'm a little bit trapped right there. Tried to buy used when I can, but can always find an overall good copy. That's a damn good question. Okay, I've told you before, in case you didn't hear me. I know that you're, well, I don't remember where you are, but Spain, I believe. I know you're in South America, correct? Or are you in Europe? Maybe you're in Spain. Regardless, if you're looking for something specific, I don't have a bunch of money. I can't go around and shop and all that. But if you're looking for something specific, I will keep my ears open. I will keep my eyes open. Maybe I can reserve something or hold something or point you to something. But you got to tell me. You know how to reach me on email. You know how to reach me. By the way, that's right. You know how to reach me. So if there's something you're looking for, let me know. Not to mention, I know at least a few people, right? So I would like to start some sort of book exchange or something. I don't know how to do it or if people would be that interested, but that would be a pretty good idea. But anyways, let me know. I can put out the word. I can ask some questions. Maybe there's a specific title that, you know, there's guys that have, EU guys that have like 3 copies of all kinds of books. So, you know, I can't go out and get you every book and find everything, but maybe you're looking for a series or a collection or a certain single book. Comics, I think, are harder because they're looser, they get damaged. Plus, to ship a comic is like, by the time I got to Paraguay, man, probably be a freaking banter doo-doo. But a book, you know, I know you guys can't always get stuff there that we get here, so. No, don't be. If I can help any of you guys, I will. I'm super busy. I have very little resources, but if I can help with the power of my network, my channel, the people that I know, if I can help you, I have no problem at all. So, especially, listen, if you're going to ask me for, you know, every other day, did you see this book? Did you see that? Well, there's probably not much I can do. But if there's something that you truly, like, I wish you would have told me about The Heart of the Jedi. I hate myself that I only bought 1 copy. I just wasn't even thinking. I just said, you know what? I had this gift card because I was going to buy another Star Wars book, but dumbass doesn't make the book in the smaller version. So too bad I'm not buying your fucking book. So I was like, all right, let me get The Heart of the Jedi. I want a nice EU book anyways. And I didn't even think. I should have bought like 5-10 copies. I didn't even think about it. But had you told me, bro, I would have ordered it, had it here, and even if it has to sit here for 6 months, you know, I can ship it to you, you can, whatever. Should have told me. Anyways. You know, I can't move mountains, but I sure can kick over a lot of hills. So if there's something special you're looking for, you have a certain question, something you want to check out, you know, I will do what I can. I hear screaming in my neighborhood for a neighborhood in the Keanu or Keanu or Keanu. I think it's Keanu Peninsula. It's pretty damn loud. Maybe it's KK running for her life. Speaking of KK, that makes me think of something like rumor that she's on vacation, which and also Pablo Hidalgo. So Can I? Again, it's okay. Something sometimes happens, and I'm willing to bet it's not the last time we will hear about that book. Yeah, well, we'll see. It still won't be the same, right? Mine was printed on May the 5th, by the way. That would have been, I would have liked a May 4th or 25th, but anyways, Kenai, Pennsylvania. Gotcha. What was I saying? Oh, I'm going to take a quick break. My mouth is like, I need a drink. I need a snack. So I'll take a little 10-minute break. And there's 16 of you, so I'll hang out for a little bit more. But I was just thinking KK and Pablo Hidalgo is something we can talk about when I come back. Just some thoughts on that. And yeah. I'll hang out for a little bit more. I do want to get back to editing the documentary, though, so we'll hang out for a little bit more. So then, let me check on both ends here. Thank you for everybody that stopped in on the YouNow. Even though I'm a musician, I stream on Guys, even though I'm playing music. Yeah, I guess I gotta, I appreciate that, Moonhawk. I gotta remember to do that. I keep thinking like YouTube and putting literal, but yeah, you just gotta put it for Guys or whatever. Okay, so anyways, both YouNow and YouTube, I will be back in 10 minutes. I'll play a little intermission, and we'll see who's here, and we can chat a little more. Kenai, from Kenai Peninsula. Let's see. I'm not going to do George because we're going to do George tomorrow. So first,
Uba.
I think you need an Uba. And I think you need...
May the force be with us.
some baby gin. And you always need...
Fade in.
Okay. Fade in, bitches. Oh, boy. All right. Let's... Where you at? All right, I'm going to play my first intermission that it's been a while since I have. And I'll be back in 10 minutes. And we will continue on. So behave while I'm gone. Streaming our favorite shows, keeping in touch with our loved ones, and even our banking is mostly done online these days. We'd like to think our information is safe, but as our online footprint increases, so does our need for proper security. Surfshark adds an extra layer of security when you're online to keep all of your passwords, photos, and videos safe. There's a lot of websites and hackers that take your info without you even knowing it, but you can swim under their radar using Surfshark VPN, a virtual private network. Surfshark is a VPN service that protects your information by encrypting all of the data that you send through the internet. You can stop websites from tracking your info and selling targeted ads to you. With the click of a button, you can forget about data mining and intrusive advertisements. One of my favorite features of Surfshark is that you can see content not available in your area. Disney Plus or Netflix, for example, have different movies for each country. Access should not be tied to a region. In China, YouTube and most social media websites are banned. With Surfshark, you can solve the problem by simply changing your location. Just connect to the service and refresh the page. Surfshark is an app and browser extension that enables you to place your laptop or phone anywhere in the world and allows you to access the internet as if you were in that country. You can watch any content anywhere in the world on any of your devices. Surfshark turns you into an anonymous and hard-to-trace online user and makes the internet a safer and more enjoyable place for you. I use Surfshark every day. It automatically starts up whenever I start my PC, and whenever I need it, I activate it with just one click. Surfshark is the only VPN to offer one account to use on an unlimited number of devices. If you want both protection and freedom online, use my code NMSW, short for Not My Star Wars, to get 83% off plus 3 extra months for free. Surfshark offers a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk to try it out for yourself. The link is in the description below.
My nephew, with that mighty Skywalker blood, and in my hubris, I thought I could train him. I could pass on my strengths. By the time I realized I was no match for the darkness rising in him, I went to confront him. And I was left with shame and with consequence. Because I was Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master. A legend.
Hey! Hey! Are you crazy? What's the matter with you?
What happened? What do you want? You don't know who I am, do you?
Well, should I know who you are?
Not much time. Hang on, kid. I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
This is Rogue 2. Echo Base, this is Rogue 2. I found them. Repeat, I found them.
Fade in.
This is where the fun begins.
Hello there.
Crap. 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 Crap.
You know, you guys sure are friendly, aren't you?
I'll probably never meet him.
Might. Something different about him.
The Force is strong with you.
Had enough?
What do you want? I'm busy.
No, we have a race.
No. There's nothing special about you. You're
Nothing.
Victory is mine! Just a flesh wound.
You will each be part of me, and together we will be complete.
Use the Force. Let go.
The Force is strong in this one. I have you now. What?
You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
I once got busy in a Burger King bathroom.
Okay, so I'm realizing that was my first intermission from months ago, and it's basically my intro all over again. So I need to change that, although I'm going to change my intro here shortly. So I came back because it's the same thing over again.
Star Wars. It's a journey, y'all.
All right, I need a couple more minutes. I just came up because I realized that crap. So here's this, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Fade in.
Another mechanical creature from the movies, R2-D2 from Star Wars.
Funding for this program is brought to you in part by
Historical fiction thriller called All Up. Basically, it's supposed to be, I tried very hard to make it an entertaining, page-turning book about the first space age. It comes out on July 14th. It's you can get it as a Kindle book or Apple book, and there'll be an audio book, but it won't be coming out. The audio book will be a little bit later, August or September. And it's, you know, it's a book about what I consider to be, you know, the great adventure of the 20th century, the development of the rocket, which happens during World War II and before World War II with Robert Goddard, and then with you know, the secret German weapons program during World War II, and MI6 is trying to figure out what the Germans are doing. There's a lot of cat and mouse, and a lot of intrigue, and it's all very interesting, I thought. And it was a ton of research behind it. So about 90% of the book, I'd say, is based on what really happened. 10% is either speculation or stuff that can't be proved definitively. But and then it goes into the space race and the Apollo 11 trip to the moon. And I think people who give it a chance and read the first 50 pages will be hooked. I'll go out on a limb and say that. Obviously, no book is for everyone, but I hope people who have read my other books will give it a chance, because it's kind of it's a behind-the-scenes book. In the same way that making a Star Wars and Indiana Jones and Alien were behind-the-scenes books, this is also a behind-the-scenes book.
and by the annual financial support of viewers like you.
I'll just have to run him over and wreck it, otherwise he put me out of business.
A brave, bold future without limits for each and every storyteller.
Leaving all of us wondering, where's the story gonna go next?
I will be the most powerful Jedi ever. I will even learn to stop people from dying. It's all Obi-Wan's fault. He's jealous. He's holding me back.
Oh, my poor circuits. It's all so very complicated. I don't see how they ever put all this together. Well, really, R2. Of course we all want to see how it worked out.
Wipe them out. All of them.
Star Wars is for fucking kids.
Star Wars, it's a journey, y'all.
Streaming our favorite shows, keeping in touch with our loved ones, and even our banking is mostly done online these days. We'd like to think our information is safe, but as our online footprint increases, so does our need for proper security. Surfshark adds an extra layer of security when you're online to keep all of your passwords, photos, and videos safe. There's a lot of websites and hackers that take your info without you even knowing it, but you can swim under their radar using Surfshark VPN, a virtual private network. Surfshark is a VPN service that protects your information by encrypting all of the data that you send through the internet. You can stop websites from tracking your info and selling targeted ads to you. With the click of a button, you can forget about data mining and intrusive advertisements. One of my favorite features of Surfshark is that you can see content not available in your area. Disney Plus or Netflix, for example, have different movies for each country. Access should not be tied to a region. In China, YouTube and most social media websites are banned. With Surfshark, you can solve the problem by simply changing your location. Just connect to the service and refresh the page. Surfshark is an app and browser extension that enables you to place your laptop or phone anywhere in the world and allows you to access the internet as if you were in that country. You can watch any content anywhere in the world on any of your devices. Surfshark turns you into an anonymous and hard-to-trace online user and makes the internet a safer and more enjoyable place for you. I use Surfshark every day. It automatically starts up whenever I start my PC, and whenever I need it, I activate it with just one click. Surfshark is the only VPN to offer one account to use on an unlimited number of devices. If you want both protection and freedom online, use my code NMSW, short for Not My Star Wars, to get 83% off plus 3 extra months for free. Surfshark offers a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk to try it out for yourself. The link is in the description below. All right. All right. Private Eye, if you're still around, I'm curious. Who's the best player in football? Currently and all time. So there's been a bunch of rumors lately that KK's gone and getting fired, and she's on an extended vacation, which isn't impossible. I don't know. I don't work at Lucasfilm. But most people are basing this off of because we don't see KK around. Okay, but think back. We never saw KK. She only comes out of the woodwork. I didn't ask you, Wes. We only saw KK like at Major D23 or an investor meeting. It's not like KK's around. She's not a PR person. She doesn't talk to the fans. She never comes out when shit hits the fan. She only comes out when she wants to look good. A movie premiere. So to base not seeing KK as her being gone is pretty silly. Yeah. Yes. But I wanted to ask a wise Joe who's the best footballer. Anyways, so that's not a very good basis for an argument on KK, especially when the site was just updated and there she is. Now, one person that you don't really see around is Pablo Hidalgo. He does have a Twitter. He just made a new public one. In fact, I looked at it the other day, but let's see so I don't misspeak. He's got one or two private ones, which he never invites me to. Oh, well, here it does say author, LFL development and franchise team member, SAG-AFTRA, anti-fascist, anti-racist, Black Lives Matter. Okay. I don't think it used to say that LFL development and franchise because for a while it didn't say anything. But I guess he's claiming he's still on Lucasfilm. All right, the reason I mention it is I started digging around the other day. He's not on the Lucasfilm website. He's not on the ILM website. He's on StarWars.com, but stuff from like 2017. There was an interview with him with Andy Gutierrez. I don't remember exactly when that was. But I can sure find out real quick. I think that's the most recent thing from him. outside of the Mando mention. Let's see. There's no date here. Just a moment, I will pinpoint it. Now I can't find it. Damn it. Well, that's 2015. This is 2019. Oh man, I can't find it. Well, the interview with Andy Gutierrez was 4 years ago. Latest trailer. All right, let's see. No. Damn, now I don't remember where that damn article was. I had showed it on the stream where it says how Mando is a child of Death Watch. But now I can't find it again on freaking StarWars.com. Because if I remember correctly, Pablo was part of the... Okay, well, I can't find it right now. Not that it was particularly important anyways. Rebel's favorite moments? Maybe? 9 Star Wars highlights. Okay, maybe one of these. Was that better? I forget who had commented. It ain't there. Maybe here? No, can't find it right now. Anyways, that being from Mando season 1, so you're probably from 2019. Point here is that the last that I can really remember Pablo being on the site or having a like real kind of spotlight or anything was probably 2019, 2 years ago. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that he's gone, but he hasn't been around. So I'm not saying that he is indeed gone. He is. He does have his Twitter, and it's a new one, and he claims he's at LFL. But I did some digging around, and I can't find him anywhere on any of the sites, even StarWars.com, at least not anytime recently. And I was looking on the Wayback Machine to see if I could find him on the Lucasfilm site. Couldn't find him there either. And I could have sworn I had seen him on there at least a few years ago, but it doesn't seem like he was. Yes, she always looks angry. Yes. Yes. If that. KK, but in Spanish. Caca. Thank you for subscribing, Air Rescue Ecuador. Pablo, I think of the imp character from Disney's Hercules. Dana DeVito's character, yeah. Particular interview once and it never appeared. Nice. I pulled it up before on another stream. But right now I can't remember the... Let's see. You know, it's funny. I think I just deleted it the other day. I had a little Pablo folder, and then I was like, ah, screw him. Did I delete that crap? How ironic. I probably deleted it just the other day. Well, there's only one other place it could be. Do a quick search. Yeah, I guess I deleted it. I was going to make a video about Pablo inserting himself into Star Wars, and then this time he inserted himself in the High Republic. And then I was like, screw that dude. It's just taking up hard drive space, and I deleted that folder. Not even worth my time. Yeah. Pablo Hidalgo extended interview. The important parts you probably saw in the video I made. Pablo Hidalgo explains Star Wars canon to us, the clueless fans. It was on StarWars.com and on their YouTube. Fade in, dude. Fade in. Yeah, Pablo, whatever. Canon, whatever. Fade in. As his name indicates, was less crazy than him. Yeah. Pablo.
Fade in. Fade in.
My volume's down. I want to hear her.
Fade in.
Here we go. The little the piano. Okay. Fade in. I'm someone who shouldn't be hired by any studio. Fade out. Yeah, well, there you go. Fade in. Private Eye, you didn't answer me. Who's the best footballer, current and all time? Professor Geek. It rings a bell. YouTube? Oh. Professor Geek. 14,000 subscribers. He plays KOTOR. No, I don't know him. He's got EU stuff. Snyder Cut fail. He's got 500 videos. It looks like mostly streams, but he's got some videos here. Star Wars is saved. Dare I watch that video? What the Mandalorian means for Star Wars. Disney Star Wars is the Ahsoka Tano story. Can't argue that. Don't believe the hype. Yeah, at the end of the day, all the Disney stuff, all the Dave Filoni fan fiction, all revolves around and all leads back to two people. Kind of two and a half. Ahsoka, Rey, and Grogu. Grogu being the bridge, being the device to get them there. Filoni's writing the good and bad. People like Luke Skywalker. Looks interesting. I'll have to check some of the stuff out. Wes, do you know who Pele is? Pele? Somebody commented on, I guess, one of my videos. Anyone know where the button to get rid of Disney is? If you find it, please press it. Oh, will do. Will do. Believe me. Oh, man. Pele. Big EU Defender has some great ideas and great analysis. Yeah, I'll check him out. His titles are a little bit iffy. Like, you can't tell. Is he making fun of Disney or supporting Disney? His things are a little bit unclear, but I figure, yeah, he's probably... I'll take a look. I talk about sometimes he hasn't posted anything in over a year. Yeah, I've heard you mention him. Or seen you mention him. Marvel Museum at MSI this weekend. No Video Man representation. Boo. Closest thing to Video Man was a nod to Spider-Man and his amazing friends. Boo. Everyone's fired in that museum. The fuck? How do you not represent fucking Video Man? Always got to represent Video Man. The hell? MSI. What's MSI? Missouri? No. Maybe Starkiller Incident? What's MSI? Is that an arena? What is that? Museum of Science? What's MSI? Yeah, I'll check them out. Stargeek Wars Holiday Special Review and his top 10 worst special edition changes review. Guy was talking about last Saturday. I like Stargeek, but I feel like some of his stuff hasn't aged well. Some stuff doesn't. Truth and research always ages well. It doesn't do well in the short term. That's why you get knuckleheads that come on my stuff like, your tantrums. Meanwhile, 5 years later, they'll be back like, holy shit. Truth, wisdom, research, those things always age well. Making fun of it. Can I wear a skin-tight jumpsuit? No. You need to wear a trash bag so that no one is hotter than Ray. Yes. MSI card. Museum of Science and Industry. Gotcha. Like we're all supposed to know what MSI is. You think your little museum special? It ain't the Smithsonian. I don't know it, so I'm guessing it's in your state, or did you go visit somewhere? What about Padme and Leia? Leia's old, and who the hell's Padme? True indeed. He's talking to KK. To Kaka. That's so funny. Kaka. I never thought of that. I'm sure half of Latin America has thought of that. That's so funny. Kaka. Oh, man. Oh, boy. I can't do this. The Islamic prayer shit. Can't do it. You gotta go. We do it. Kaka, yes. Ka is K in Spanish. So KK is Kaka. That's also a famous footballer. Oh. Kaka. Well, yeah, Kaka, yeah. I'm just being funny. Because I'm rushing. Yeah. Come on, man. It's not like we all know fucking that shit insane. Oh, boy. All right. What time is it? 9:30, 9:40. I already forgot. Unless you guys have batch insane, yes. Unless you guys have questions or something else you want to talk about, I'll probably cut out. It has been 5 hours, and I want to get back to editing. Try to finish up this documentary. Who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky and it'll be ready for tomorrow, Star Wars Day. Oh, if not, definitely the next day or two. It's just little touches I got to fix. But I figure if I went through all that freaking trouble for the past few weeks and got all these collaborators and did all this mess, and it's an hour and a half, I might as well get it right. So I want it to be perfect. So that'll definitely be out next day or two. Just got to touch up some stuff. Tomorrow I'll do a stream. We'll celebrate. Star Wars Day for a little bit. Again, I don't know that I'll have anything really planned because I'm just crunched on a bunch of other stuff. But maybe we get lucky. The documentary gets finished. And what I could do, what I've been wanting to do for a while, but I never had the opportunity, is when we upload now, we can you can redirect people from the end of a video. It could be a premiere, it could be a video, or even from a stream, like from one stream to another, or from a stream to a video. So I've been dying to find the opportunity to have a video where it redirects you to a stream. So if everything works out, then the documentary will come out, and then I'll time it to where after the documentary it'll go right into a stream for Star Wars Day. Although ideally that documentary would come out early, like 2 p.m. Some of you are going to be in work, huh? If I do a stream after. Okay, I don't know. I'll figure something out. But either way, I'll come on for a little bit tomorrow. Wednesday, I'll be on YouNow, not on YouTube, not multicasting. Tomorrow I'll do both. I'll simulcast. But Wednesday will be just on YouNow, and that'll be, like I said, whatever, other stuff, non-Star Wars. So whatever we want to talk about, whatever. I know that a couple of you have been asking me to do conspiracy theory stuff. We'll see how that goes. But either way, I'll hang out over there for a little bit. And if nobody comes, then I'll just end that stream. It's that simple. So tomorrow, Star Wars Day, we'll do something. YouNow, I'll be on Wednesday. And then Friday, the regular Not My Star Wars stream. Depending on if anything pops up this week, or maybe if it coordinates with the documentary, although it should definitely be out before Friday, then I guess Friday, as I don't have anything right now, we'll probably do Return of the Jedi Part 2. Need to knock that out, get that out of the way. And as usual, we'll do our usual shenanigans. Let's see, what are you guys talking about here? You already forgot? That's insane. What did you forget? Battlestar Galactica today. What do you mean Battlestar Galactica? On the documentary? You guys are going to love this. It's awesome. You're going to be a little surprised. But just remember to watch it objectively. Like, don't get too worried about like the result of it. Look at the moment. Look at what's going on. And you're going to see stuff that we typically never get to see. And probably most of you have never seen. So it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of collaboration. It's not funny, but it has a little bit of humor in it. A little bit of funny dialogue. And just some cool stuff. It's just neat to look at. And there's nothing, I can't think of any other documentary like it. It's like a behind the scenes thing. So, you know, there are, like, obviously Lucasfilm, right, used to make all kinds, well, even Disney. But this is a non-corporate made behind the scenes. So I'll just leave it at that. You guys are going to love it. It's going to be really awesome. I've watched it a few times now, obviously, when you edit. But again, I've come this far, so I just need to uncrinkle some crinkles. And yeah. I'm hoping tomorrow. Actually, that would work out. Remember the other day I was saying how timing just works out when I let things go? Well, there you go. So with that said, I should get back to editing so that maybe I can have it done. Plus, an hour and a half, it takes a while to render that sucker. So Kathy, say something, but I feel like it'll be offensive to Asians. On YouTube, YouNow chatting. Now most of them don't chat. Now, granted, that's a big part of that is one, because it's probably hard for them to find it, because I tagged, like, you have one kind of a topic when you start a stream on YouNow, you kind of start a topic. And the other day I did Star Wars, and today I did Disney, but those aren't really popular on YouNow. Guys or girls or chill, those words tend to be more popular. So I keep thinking YouTube, and I need to just make it like chill stream or guys. Plus, they see a shared screen of the YouTube stream. So they're seeing not only a shared screen, not like me, but also there's that delay So you've got the delay from StreamYard to YouTube, and there's a little delay to YouNow. Somebody had mentioned it's weird hearing you and not seeing you at the same time, so it's probably a little weird over on YouNow. But Wednesday will only be YouNow, so therefore it'll be direct. So what I'm getting at is I'm going second loop to YouNow, plus there's a delay. Not too many people are probably going to interact on YouNow. Some people have chatted a little bit, but what I'm getting at is if I'm in just a YouNow stream focused on that, then probably yes, people will interact. I go to other streams and they're all so. And again, I'm probably, I don't know if I'm the oldest person on there, but I'm definitely one of the older ones because it's a lot of like 20s, mid-20s. But like I said, hey, it's fine with me. They approached me. They offered me a partnership. They offered me to take advantage of what they have, and I plan to do so, you know. Obviously, it helps them grow as well. So, you know, it's just another outlet. There's 50 million people on there. So I'll remind you guys, if you maybe you want to practice there before you do YouTube, or maybe that's a place that you would fit in better because it's a little more personalized. So just keep that in mind. Anyways, if you haven't signed up over there, which, you know, you don't have to, but I do appreciate if you support over there. The link is in all my videos and, well, at least the newer videos and live streams. It's not an affiliate link or anything like that. It's just a link to my channel. And you don't have to buy anything or pay anything. It's just like, you know, coming on YouTube. You just make a little account and you can watch stuff and fan people and like. And remember, you can like more than once. So stuff like that. So I appreciate if you go support, become my fan, and I will be there probably Wednesdays. It's looking like, so we'll see. We'll figure that out. Time zones when on YouNow. It'll be the same as this. So probably around 7-ish, 7 p.m. Eastern, roughly. I could during the day, but I don't know who's going to be around. If you guys, I tend to get more of you in the evening. So I don't know. But I figure I'll start around the same time just to make life easy. But I'll feel it out. If I get people that want me to come on, it's a different audience over there. So a bunch of them are like, come on during the day. You know, who knows? I'll see. I have to feel it out. I'm new to YouNow, and I have to figure it all out. But it's the same. You know, there's nothing different. Around the same time. Just keep in mind that, like tomorrow, I'll do like today. It'll be a simulcast, and you will see, just like you saw today, you know, not my Star Wars live stream. It'll be, you know, Star Wars Day, Happy Star Wars Day, or Star Wars Day celebration. I don't know. I'll come up with something. You'll know. But on Wednesdays, when I do the YouNow, it's not going to notify over here. I'll do my best to, it does tweet, and I'll do my best to post on the community tab. The thing is, I could, for example, through YouNow, simulcast to YouTube, right? And just have the YouNow capability and just focus on YouNow, and it would just be like a plain stream. I wouldn't be able to like highlight the comments and do all the little stuff. But as that stream is going to be not Star Wars conversation, I don't want to start doing too many streams on YouTube as Not My Star Wars talking about other stuff. I hope that makes sense. Because then there's going to be people that are like, oh, you're talking about all this other stuff and blah, blah, blah. And, you know. So that's why I'm going to only do it on YouNow as far as other stuff. It's important to me to maintain this channel as a beacon for Star Wars and Star Wars fans. So on Wednesdays, you will not see a notification. If you join YouNow, you will definitely see a notification. That's another good thing. Like YouTube doesn't tell you anything. YouNow, they make sure you know. But I might get banned. Tell Kelly less chit chat. Why would you get banned? Yeah, thank you. And again, it'll be soon. If you guys it will be a premiere, so I'll be in the chat. So I hope I see you guys in the premiere, but I know some of you are working or different time zones, so check out the replay. But if you can, try to keep in mind it will be a premiere. So if you see a notification, I hope to see you there. There'll probably be a bunch of people. In fact, there'll probably be a bunch of people from the UK watching. So it'll be fun. More something that might get me banned. The Kelly would say that's offensive and she's Vietnamese and not Chinese. Kathy would say, what's wrong with that? Then China gets mad. Oh, yes. A song called Everyone's Little Bit Racist sometimes. Yeah, I've heard that. I don't know if I've heard the song, but I've heard of it at least. Yeah. One for it called Internet is Porn, or is for porn. Yeah, the thing is I have to do that one earlier because UK is 5 hours ahead. And that's why I said, like, if I do 2, then it's 7 for them, around dinner time. They can relax, be at home. If I do 5, then that's 12 here, which is even harder for you guys. And they're maybe just getting off of work. And if I do it any later, then it's going to be like 9 o'clock at night, hour-and-a-half documentary. Some of them got to get up early. So that's why I figured 2 p.m. here, 7 p.m. there, so that most people can see it. And it's important that the UK people, because they have been most of the contributors, or all the contributors. So it's important that I make it convenient for them as well. So, but either way, there'll be the replay. You just won't be special like the rest of us in the premiere. And those limits jokes. Don't spend money on OnlyFans. Plenty of free porn. Yeah, that's true. I never even thought of that. It's a good idea. That's so funny. That's funny. Never even occurred to me. King Kong. Ding dong. There's no censorship here because they thought this might get me banned, and a lot of people angry. Banned by who? I'm not going to ban you unless you are straight out hateful, hurt somebody. But jokes are listen. I come from an era. Everybody's little cream puff snowflakes today. I come from an era where you could say stuff. You know what I mean? Especially if you're a black comedian, the N-bomb was coming out of your mouth like every 2 seconds. If you were, Jewish, you'd make fun of Jews. If you were, this is why Robin Williams is my #1 dude since I was little. He's so fucking genius. And he did a lot of amazing stuff in films and acting. He was a fantastic actor. Emotional stuff, funny stuff, dramatic stuff. You get connected with him. But I'm talking about Robin Williams stand-up. A Night at the Met. Stuff like that. So smart that a lot of people don't even get his jokes. So Robin Williams has always been my #1 guy. But Robin Williams would talk about presidents or politics or life or war. He made a little bit of fun of Gaddafi and stuff like that, but never race or stuff like that. Okay. But my #2 guy, who's really kind of tied, but #2 guy is Dave Chappelle. Why? Because he doesn't censor, he doesn't bullshit, and I've always said that as long as you make fun of everyone equally, even yourself, then you can say what the fuck you want. Go ahead. Make fun of Jews, Asians, blacks, whatever. As long as you make fun of people, all people equally, and you're willing to make fun of yourself. And that's what comedy was. Comedy didn't have limits or taboo. That was the point of comedy, is to make fun of, to parody, and often to shine light on reality. George Carlin is another one who's like right there with those guys. But Robin Williams is like in my heart, man. I love that guy so much. And more as a comedian than as an actual actor, but he was a fantastic actor too. I mean, he had so many great films or roles in films as well. I really genuinely love that guy. So sad. Anyways, so I absolutely fucking love Dave Chappelle. And there's many. Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy, you know, it just goes on and on. So many. But to me, like three guys, probably the three that stand out more than anybody, that really like drop that truth on your ass. My type of guys, because you know how I am. Dave Chappelle, George Carlin, Robin Williams. No fluff, no muss, no bullshit. I'll call you out and I'll call you out. Fuck you, fuck you. You all are cool. Fuck you. That's what I like. No bullshitting. Not attacking, not being ill will, but calling your shit out. Shining the light on the truth. And if you're being a dumbass, well, then I'm going to call you out. Or in their case, they're going to make fun of you being a dumbass. I really appreciate those guys. Yeah, Paul Mooney. I mean, it goes on and on. So many guys. I was never a huge Andrew Dice Clay fan, but, you know, he's got stuff that made me laugh. Red Fox was really good. So many great black comedians when you think about it. All kinds of stuff. What's his name back in the day? Johnny Carson. Man, that guy was quick. He was sharp. You know, he wasn't somebody that was going to do like an hour, 2-hour comedy special, but you could get him with any comedian, any talent, any celebrity, anybody. Shit, the you know, the guy on the corner of the street, and he was like bing, 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 bing. He could make light and fun, and you know, Johnny Carson was badass. Another guy, speaking of being smart and getting smart, what's his name? Agent 99. Why am I forgetting his name right now? Oh, shoot. He was very clever, too. But, yeah. Back in my day, you could say things, and you didn't have to worry. And sometimes people would be like, ooh, you know. But at the end of the day, they would have that shock, and then they would just bust out laughing, because it was the point. It was to loosen up everybody, to be real, to be funny. "30 years ago, a comedian says, oh, but black seed fried chicken. And he would spin that into a joke, and everybody would get it and laugh. You say that today, everybody's going to be in their feelings and throw shit at the wall. Meanwhile, pretty much, I think everybody eats fried chicken. I know I love it. But do you understand what I'm saying? And that's like just a very minor, innocent thing. But the society has changed where everybody's so damn sensitive about everything. And there's times where you just got to be real. You just got to, you know. And again, not attack people. I'm not saying to be crazy and, you know. Anyways, it's a different world. What can you do? It's sad because everybody's so concerned about their feelings instead of, like, being real. And that's part of the problem with the society, is that we've gotten away from just telling the truth and being real. Oh, well. Spicy things on. Yeah, you say spicy things on my video comments sometimes. Ain't no simp. Take all of my money. Saw what you want, say what you want. If someone doesn't like it and get punched in the mouth, then you know you have gone too far. Yeah, that's a good test. Yeah. Robin Williams was a very special person. He was a good dude. Super smart, super kind, super talented. And you know, I know not everybody was his fan, or he wasn't your favorite, but if you understood comedy or just a good person, I mean, Robin Williams was a true giant to humanity. He left us with some true gifts. Yeah, well, you guys know I don't. Nowadays, the only jokes we're allowed to make jokes about the white man. Yeah, Donald Trump. No one wants to make fun of Trump anymore because the jokes got old. Yeah. Yep. Because they're cuckoo birds. That's why. Because they're cuckoo. Because it was never about being a president or how good or bad of a president or what he actually did or stood for. It was just orange man bad. And like I've told you guys before, I don't support him or any president. They're all bad. So it's not like I'm taking a side or I'm a lefty or a righty or any of that bullshit. I'm a human being. I am an American, but I'm also, you know, Latino. But anyways, it's because people are so freaking wound up and delusioned, and it's just about they don't like the guy. It has nothing to do with what he actually did or his politics or anything. It's just like a blind rage. TDS, it's a real thing. Yeah, he was awesome. Well, I was going to say he still is, but then again, what has he done? I heard that Coming to America was a flop. That's a shame. Yeah. Your generation is. It really is. But, you know, there's kids like you that are smart and they get it and think and ask and pay attention and listen. And, you know, you always say stuff like, I'm just like, whoa, man, how does he know that? So there's hope because at least some of you have a brain. No, not Leslie. Damn it. Let me check. It's on my own comedy channel, and right now I cannot for the life of me think of the damn. As soon as I see it, I'm going to be like, duh. Right now I got so many things in my head. You guys know I have a comedy channel, don't you? Quarantine Comics. Not that I have much time to give to it, but there's some stuff on there. And some of it is like known stuff, but a lot of it is people that send me stuff. The point of Quarantine Comics is that it's a channel for anybody. Don Adams is who I was thinking of. Get smart. Agent 99. Get Don Adams. Smart dude. The point of Quarantine Comics is when the pandemic hit, everybody was freaking out. And I just by chance know a lot of comedians. And I actually was on the phone with two of them. And I came up with the idea. And the idea is that this is an outlet for anyone, for comedians. But if you just have a funny skit or some jokes or whatever, there's all kinds of different stuff. It's an outlet for you to be able to send a video in, and hopefully I can put it on a bigger stage. Now, most of the time, most of the stuff I don't touch, you know, It's just if it's a pre-made video, then I don't mess with it. If it's a stand-up, I don't tend to do too much. But if there's like a bunch of pauses or noises, I might edit a little part out. Or if it makes sense, I might add like a graphic or what's the word I'm looking for? A visual aid, right? To emphasize something. But for the most part, I try not to edit stuff. I only spice it up or add a little bit if it's truly going to help. But like, let's say you have a stand-up act, I would embellish on it very little to nothing. And if I were to take anything out, it's only because like there's a pause or, some weird awkward thing, or like you left the room and came back, something like that, just for time and for cleanliness. But in general, I'm not going to like cut out the jokes or change the set, or, I wouldn't do that. The point is for comedians to have, or funny people, or someone that just has like a silly idea or a funny moment, right? You capture something, for people to have an outlet to send stuff to that channel, and I can put it on for everyone as a bigger stage. It doesn't make any money, doesn't do anything for me. I love comedy, and I know a lot of comedians, and I helped a lot of comedians when I was in Miami, and I wanted to continue to do so. So that's what Quarantine Comics is. So there's some funnies on there. There's good stuff. You should check it out. What I like about it, it's not like a comedian or a comedian group. It's, like I said, comedians from all over that contribute stuff. And some stuff you see like recurring, some people, but most of it is different people. There's one video here. I'm even going to put the link. I think they're all awesome, and you should check them out. But I'm going to put a link to one video that you guys should definitely watch. It's really cute and clever. It's like 4 minutes. And again, I encourage you. There's a lot of stuff on here. Speaking of Red Fox and Robin Williams, there's that kind of stuff, like comedy shows. There's a Dave Chappelle for 4 hours, just going on in a club, unscripted set, just practicing stuff. There's little personal stories. There's all kinds of different comedy on here. But here's one that's really clever. I absolutely love it. And most of the stuff, like 98% of it, is people that have sent in contributions like, hey, can you show my stuff? 1 or 2 or 3 of these things, literally like 1 or 2, is me that I reached out to a comedian and was like, holy shit, that skit is awesome. Can I use it? So this is one of those, and this is just, this is great. So when I get off here in just a minute, watch this. It's like 4 minutes. I promise you guys will love this. This is the proper way to get hired and fire your boss in the same interview. Don Adams is who I was thinking of. I'm sick of Trump jokes. It was funny at first, but then it goes on for 4 years. Then it's not funny anymore. Yeah. 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 A lot of those guys, like, I could totally get them all wound up and crazy, and I just, I'm not going to waste my time. I can't delete my message. Oh no, what did you say? Aye. I miss the jokes. What are you worried about deleting? Listen, guys, again, on my channel, you guys are free to say what you like, as long as you're not like directly attacking someone or, being hateful. Or now somebody comes at you. This is what I tell everybody. Don't bother anybody, but by all means defend yourself. But you guys are always free to say whatever is on your mind. I'm not here to censor anybody or block anybody. Just be respectful of each other. Be respectful of, in general, people's overall feelings. But you know how I go. Fuck your feelings. So As long as you're being funny or truthful, or even if you have a question or a doubt or something, I'm not going to get mad at you or ban you or something because you're like, hey, wait a minute, is that right? I thought this, or can you double check this, or can you show me? Sure, that's what I'm here for. I'm not arrogant. I'm not here like, on the contrary. I want you guys to learn, and I want you guys to be able to know how to do this stuff, where to find it, and believe in it. And I do not want you to believe in me or the things that I say because you just blindly believe in it, or because you like my streams or whatever point. I want you to believe in it because I show you time and again, the research is done, the facts are there, that I'm coming from as best I can from George Lucas's own words. So your name, James, not my Star Wars. Well, I guess we learn something new every day on this channel. So your name, James, not my Star Wars. I'm confused. Not sure what you meant there. Trump closed travel from China, xenophobic. Trump didn't do anything to stop the virus. What? Yeah. That's the thing. It's no matter what, in general, guys, you're never going to make everyone happy. Doesn't matter what you do. Whether you're like me and do this, whether you're Trump, whether you're whoever, you're never going to make everyone happy. So what you need to focus on is making you and your closest happy. When I say closest, your girlfriend, your friends, your wife, your husband, your kids, whatever. Because at the end of the day, you can't make everyone happy. So at the end, you need to worry about yourself, because later you're going to waste your life trying to make everyone happy. That's where Disney's at. Instead of just accepting, okay, Star Wars is for boys, just make that shit for boys. Because girls like that shit too. Nope, you want to do all this extra shit, and where are we at? Nobody wants any of it. So again, everyone has a right to be happy as long as you're not stepping on or shitting on others. That's it. It's not that difficult. You can go in your corner or your space or your privacy or your whatever and do your thing with your people. You don't have to be in everyone else's face. Now, I'm not saying you have to hide or you have to run or you need to leave the state to do what you want to do. You should be able to do what you want to do in your place too. But what I'm saying is we all know the difference between being yourself and being up in other people's face. We all know that. But with that said, no matter what Trump did, does everybody remember that like 4 months ago, he did this big treaty with the Middle East? Remember? Like he got all these countries that have been at war forever to like agree that they're going to chill the fuck out and they're going to, and guess what? Here we are with Iran and Palestine and all this fucking mess, and all this shit is about to go off. We're probably going to be in a war in the next freaking month or whatever, you know. But he was terrible. Whatever. I don't care either way. Just saying. Do you remember? Because I remember he did this like historical land-breaking freaking deal with the Middle East. Nobody wanted to admit it. Nobody wanted to acknowledge it. And here we are now, right? Okay. Well. Yeah, I don't know what you're worried about, buddy. Fluffy. Yeah, I like Fluffy. Would be banned for, my guess seems close. Don't worry about it. You're fine. My channel isn't that big or important that they're going through all the comments looking at you. Don't worry about it. You're fine, buddy. I didn't see anything anyways. If it was something like that, I could delete it, but I didn't see anything. Aren't even meant to be funny. They're meant to show hate. Yeah, exactly. They think they're being funny, but really they're just showing their hate. And again, I'm not defending the dude. I don't care. I'm just objectively looking at it like, wow, you all are really obsessed with this shit. And people say I'm obsessed. Too funny. So I timed them out. Oh, okay, I didn't see it, so well, good. Several streams, yeah. Ryan thinks your name is James. Pepperidge Farms remembers. That's funny, yeah. All right. With that said, not that I don't want to hang with you guys, but I do want to get back to editing. It's getting late, and I want to get that thing done. For a couple weeks, I feel like I can barely hold the phone. I'm watching the stream on as we speak. Well, no worries, because I'm about to end. Make sure you use the Force. I did post that video, right? Yeah, check that video out. You guys will love it. I promise. And there's tons of stuff there. So I don't remember how many videos there are, but 56 videos. Considering that's a side part-time channel, it's, I don't know if that channel is even a year old yet. When did I start that? April 19th, 2020. So just over a year. Yeah, like right in when the pandemic, you know what I mean? When we were all freaking looking at each other. So yeah, check out that video. You'll have a good laugh. It's clever. It's cute. There's quite a few shorts on the channel, but there's other stuff. I remember, you know, comedians are a little wackadoodle in the brain, so some of this stuff is, it's not so way out there, but just remember, you know. And I like that because they're all very different, and they all have different little stories and different approaches. And so, anyways, check it out. It'll keep you entertained. All right. As far as YouNow, here, maybe I can. There you go. There's the link if you guys on YouNow want to check that out. It's a fun video, and again, that's my comedy channel. If you want to, if you care, that's from me. All right. Well, I appreciate all you guys. Also on the YouNow end, tomorrow I will do a small Star Wars Day celebration, May 25th. And Wednesday I will do a YouNow only stream, which will be just hanging out, shoot the shit, talk about whatever. Conspiracy theories, dating, life, sports, jokes, whatever you guys want to talk about, we'll just hang out. So it'll be more so me as opposed to Not My Star Wars. And as a lot of you are younger on the YouNow, you know, hey, feel free to ask what you like. I'm happy to share wisdom with you. All right. Appreciate you guys. I'm going to get back to the documentary, try to get it done. You guys are going to love it. It would actually be awesome if I could get it done for tomorrow. So I'm going to jump on that. You guys have a very great night. Check out your last chats here. See ya. Take care. Yeah, you too. Thanks for stopping by, Ryan. Get a tablet. Have a good night, you too. Roberto, thank you for coming. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. Remember, tomorrow's Star Wars Day, so even if you guys don't see me, may the Force be with you. Make sure you, I don't know, do something. Watch a video, watch a stream. There's plenty of Not My Star Wars videos to watch. Maybe the documentary will be done, but, you know, somehow say thanks to George, and remember Star Wars. All right. Have a good night. Did I tell you the joke about someone calling me the bad bitch? I don't know if I ever got censored. You did say something about it. I don't think it got censored. Hey, D, you're still here. Have a good night. I'm going to get on the documentary, so I'm going to try my best to get it done for tomorrow, so we'll see. May the Force be with us. Yes, indeed. In fact, just for that, as you mentioned that, although we saw it earlier,
May the Force be with us.
As always, please do keep in mind, never forget,
Star Wars is for fucking kids.
For the Disney fans,
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
I will see you guys after.
After what?
After.
So make sure that you're not.
Arrogant punk, if I didn't have more important things to do, I'd let Video Man put you in your place.
Don't get tied up. Don't get twisted. Always remember to never.
There's something very important I forgot to tell you.
What?
Don't cross the streams.
Why does not my Star Wars do this?
Why? Because fuck them, that's why.
And don't forget this either.
Please like the video if you liked it. If you didn't like it, keep your comments to yourself.
Oh, Lord. All right, guys. Let me check these last little chats. Oh yeah, let me give you. Hold on. I gotta give you that. All right. Yes, Uba. All right. In all seriousness, all right, I'm gonna cut out. Thanks, guys. Love you guys. As always, appreciate the support. Appreciate you guys coming through. Even if you can only stop in for a few minutes tomorrow, stop in, say hello. It's Star Wars Day. Let's show as much support as we can for George and Star Wars. And even if you can't come by, I don't know, pop in and watch an episode of something, look at a poster, read something. We owe George so much. So, all right, you guys be good. You didn't like it? Which one? Oh, the Brie Larson. Not keeping my comments to myself. Good. Yes, the end of line. You guys have a great night. I'm going to work on the documentary. It's very close. And let's see if I can get it together for tomorrow. That'll be a real good time for tomorrow. A good fit for tomorrow. So keep your eyes open. Hopefully it'll be there. If not, next day or two. It's right there. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully you guys can stop in. Be good. And may the Force be with you. Always. Please like, subscribe, and comment on the video. May the Force be with you.
Impressive. Most impressive.